Okay, ready when everybody else is. Okay. Good morning. My name is Ali Munir, and I am serving as the designated federal official to the U.S. EPA Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, SACC. For this meeting and in my role, I will be opening the third day of the public meeting on EPA's 2026 Draft Hazard and Exposure Assessments for 4,4,1-methylethylenediene bis 2,6-dibromophenol, or TBBPA, 1,2-dichloropropane, 1,1,2-trichloroethane, trans-1,2-dichloroethylene, and ethylene dibromide. I'd like to repeat that the SACC meetings are subject to all FACA requirements. These include open meetings, timely public notice of meetings, and document availability to the public. All documents are available to the public in the docket at regulations.gov. See the docket number in the meeting agenda. Also, this meeting is being webcasted, transcribed, and recorded. A live stream of today's meeting is available on YouTube. See the link on the meeting website. The website is listed in the agenda, which also has a link to yesterday's meeting. We had a successful second day yesterday, and I would like to thank the SACC and the ad hoc reviewers and the EPA team for their presentations. I also would like to thank the public for their public comments from earlier this week and all the discussions that we had yesterday. And now I will hand it over to the chair, Dr. Robin Ann Gentry. Dr. Gentry?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 3. I want to echo Ms. Munir's thanks to everyone, EPA staff, all the committee members, for all the wonderful discussions yesterday and their recommendations and comments. As many of you have noticed, we've had a shift in the agenda, both from unexpected schedule conflicts for some of the committee members, as well as getting a little bit ahead of schedule on things. So before I call roll, I'd like to just go ahead and let everyone know the order we're planning for the remaining charge questions at this point. And there is no guarantee we won't have additional shifts. But currently, the order we are planning is we're going to start with charge question 10 this morning. After that, we will move to charge question 2. Then we will go to charge questions 12 through 17, followed by charge question 11, charge question 19, charge question 18, charge question 20, and then charge question 4 at the end. That will get us completely through the agenda, and we have several charge questions we're going to revisit at the end of the meeting. So again, that's our current plan to get through the charge questions. It is possible we may have to shift some things again, but I wanted to open the meeting today with our plan moving forward. And with that, I will call the roll to make sure we're all here this morning. And I will start with my co-lead, Ms. Jenkins.
I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Thank you. Dr. Apte.
Hello, everybody. I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Baker.
I'm here.
Good morning. Dr. Barranco.
I'm here.
Okay, Dr. Burgoon.
Hey now, good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. Dr. Chin.
Hi, everyone. I'm here.
Okay. Dr. Dorson.
Top of the morning to you, gentle people.
Good morning. Dr. Ike.
Good morning.
Morning. Dr. Fong.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. Mr. Garvey.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. Dr. Lee.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. Dr. Ryer Powder.
I'm here.
Okay. Let me get, Dr. Shin.
Good morning, I'm here.
Okay, Dr. Tansel.
Good morning, present.
Good morning. Dr. Thompson.
Good morning. I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Wright.
I'm here.
Okay, Dr. Haver.
Sorry. Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. Dr. Niemeyer.
Good morning. I'm here.
Okay, and Dr. Osmond.
Good morning, present.
And I skipped Dr. Klonig.
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good
Okay. I guess with that, we will start with charge question 10. And if EPA is ready, we will put up the introductory material for 10 and 10A. And I think we don't have a charge until 10AI.
Very quickly, before we get into the charge questions, we have to cover the previous day's activities and also ask the program office if they have any clarifying questions or if they have anything that they would like to read into the record.
Thank you, Ms. Muneer. I skipped a step. So before we going, let me start with EPA. Do you have any clarifying questions or responses from yesterday?
Hi, this is Karen Eisenreich, EPA. We don't have any responses that we need to read into the record. However, we do have a request from the SACC for the SACC. Yesterday, there were several discussions about references that you may have or added that we can look at for various charge questions. We're requesting if you could send us a list as soon as feasible of those references that we should be considering. That will allow us to start looking at the body of literature that you're recommending before we see your final report. That'll be very helpful for us. The second recommendation for us is yesterday again, there were across a couple of charge questions, it was discussed about some BMD modeling that was done by different committee members. And it would be really helpful if we could see those modeling runs or results also ahead of time before the report is out, because that will give us an opportunity to consider the additional BMD analyses that were discussed yesterday.
Okay, thank you for those requests. We will work with the committee probably later today to try and get that compiled and to you as soon as we can.
That would be great. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other, I guess EPA has no other requests or questions?
Karen Eisenreich, EPA. We do not have any other requests or any other comments at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just to make sure I don't miss a step, Ms. Muneer, do we need to go back to the committee for anything before we start charge questions?
Yes, let's ask the committee if they have any questions or any follow-up from yesterday.
Okay. Anybody have any questions from yesterday? I'm not seeing any. So with that, we will move back to charge question 10. Okay, let's move to 10A. Okay, and now let's move to 10AI, which has the charge to the committee. EPA, if you would read that in. Thank you, Dr. Middleton.
Andrew Middleton, EPA. Reading in question 10AI. Please comment on strengths and characterization of the uncertainties relevant to the TBBPA model structure, parameterization, underlying biological assumptions, strengths and uncertainties associated with key assumptions and route-to-route extrapolation. For example, model descriptions of multiple routes of exposure, selection of internal dose metrics based on MOA and systemic hazards, and routes of exposure durations, as well as the appropriateness of selection of dose metrics.
Okay, I will turn this over to our lead discussant, Dr. Osmitz.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Pardon my voice a little bit. I got a little bit of congestion either from a cold or from the smoke in the air out here. What I'll do is I'll read through some of the narrative we have, which will be in the report, but then go to the recommendations. Generally speaking, I think with the three questions related to this charge, it often our comments really relate to transparency and just acknowledging some of the uncertainties, because we generally support the idea of using PBPK as an approach for oral to inhalation extrapolation, and certainly compared to external dose conversion methods, this modeling provides a biologically relevant framework that we support. While the underlying physiological structure we think is appropriate, the uncertainties remain regarding the scope of the kinetic validation database, what went into validating it, reliance on several optimized model parameters, and the extent to which the model evaluation supports long-term prediction of selected, internal dose metric. It doesn't mean the model is not useful, but we think it should be more, these limitations should more clearly be reflected in your confidence assessment. So although we support the continued use of the model, greater transparency between confidence in model structure versus confidence in model predictions is something we advocate. Now, the principal uncertainties arrive not so much from the structure, but from the available supporting data. Model evaluation relied on blood concentration measurements obtained from relatively few dose levels, so that's one limitation, a single principal inhalation concentration, and comparatively short observation periods relative to something such as a cancer bioassay. Consequently, the available data demonstrate the model reasonably produces observed parent compound blood concentrations under tested conditions, but provide less evidence regarding prediction of cumulative hepatic metabolism over chronic exposure durations. We have 5 recommendations, I should say. One is retain the PBPK approach as a preferred method because it provides the biologically based alternative to default external dose conversion, and that's something when possible that we always favor. 2, clearly distinguish confidence in the model structure from confidence in the model predictions, including the selected internal dose metric. Confidence should be differentiated among different aspects of the model, such as confidence in physiological structure, confidence in prediction of blood concentrations, and confidence in the prediction of cumulative hepatic metabolism, especially as it relates to chronic exposures. 3, expand the discussion of model evaluation, particularly the limitations associated with the available inhalation database, which is, as I mentioned, is very limited. It's what you have and it is what you have to use, but it is a significant limitation. 4, clarify that successful prediction of blood concentration does not constitute direct validation of cumulative hepatic metabolism, which is you're using to serve as a selected cancer dose metric. I think we've got some comments coming up on the next questions on that. And then finally, revise the overall confidence characterization to better reflect both strength and weaknesses of the supporting data. Again, less concern about the structure of the model, but it really comes down to the limitations in the database, which again, we realize that's what you have to work with, and given the time you have to complete your task, that's it. But I think the more you can emphasize that, and again, our written report will have some more details on that, but that's where we are with regard to recommendations for the first part.
Thank you, Dr. Osmitz. Let's go to your associate discussants. Dr. Thompson, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think as we go through discussing the PBK model, both here and I think as it leads into the next charge question is getting a clear understanding of how the model was used for developing the inhalation unit risk. Looking at the BMD modeling results in the appendix, it looks as if the PBK model was used to convert the oral doses to inhalation concentrations, and then benchmark dose modeling was conducted. And then that BMDL served as the denominator in the IUR derivation. And I guess it brings up the question as to is it more appropriate to model to benchmark dose model the internal metrics first and then use the PBK model to convert that internal dose metric to a human equivalent, to a human equivalent concentration. Just wanted to seek clarity to make sure I understand that is how the model was used by EPA.
Okay, Dr. Dorson?
Dr. Osmovitz, nice job on the summary. I have no further comments on it.
Okay. Dr. Haber?
No further comments.
Okay. I'll open it up to the rest of the committee. Any comments? Okay. I guess I would just add to Dr. Thompson's statement, if the internal dose metrics are not being used for the dose response modeling prior to extrapolation to external exposure, that is an unusual approach, as usually the internal dose metrics are the best dose metric to use for the dose response modeling prior to extrapolating to external exposure. So with that, I guess I will ask the EPA if they have any clarifying questions.
Hi, this is Karen Eisenreich, EPA. We need a minute to communicate and to get back to you.
Okay.
So just give us a couple seconds here.
Okay.
Hi, this is Karen Eisenreich with the EPA. It turns out we don't have any clarifying questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right. With that, we will move on to charge of question 10AII.
Andrew Middleton, EPA, reading and charge question 10AII. Please provide comments on the EPA's application of the PBPK model in the IUR derivation. Please include in your comments a consideration of the scientific rationale of deriving HECs before conducting benchmark dose analysis.
And I will turn it over again to Dr. Osmovitz.
Sure. I'll give a few general comments, and I think I'll turn it back over to my other discussants, especially Chad, who is the expert in these areas. But we generally support the idea of using the cumulative hepatic metabolism, AML, as an internal dose metric. And it's reasonable because we know that hepatic metabolic activation is what's necessary for carcinogenicity. So we recommend retaining that. But it needs to be further discussed as that being a scientifically supported surrogate rather than a direct measure of biologically affected dose. And we also would like you to have a little bit of a discussion of why you selected that as opposed to other potential internal dose metrics. So there's some other biological processes that are not incorporated in the current model, and those are something, again, part of the overall uncertainty. With specific to the HEC, Chad, do you have any comments you want to add on that?
No, I just wanted to clarify, I'm a generalist and not a PBK modeling expert. I think we do have some other colleagues here, maybe Lynn, or maybe she could weigh in here. But it has been my experience with assessments that I have seen that you typically do conduct the benchmark dose modeling on the internal metric first, and then use your extrapolation to humans. And not saying this is wrong. I just, maybe did EPA explore both approaches? If not, then it may be worth conducting it both ways and look at the impact of the approach that was taken.
Yeah, and I've had experiences with one case, and that was my experience as well, Chad. And so if that's what you decided, again, like Chad said, I don't think it's wrong, but if you can explain why you decided to do that versus what seems to be more common, that would be helpful. And again, this is consistent with my opening comments. Didn't do anything wrong. It just said explain some of the reasoning behind it and some of the uncertainty associated. That would be very helpful.
Okay, Dr. Dorson?
Again, nice summary, gentlemen. I have nothing to add.
Okay, and Dr. Haber?
Yeah, just to add to this discussion about modeling the internal dose metric first or modeling the external dose. This is particularly important when there are non-linearities in the relationship between external exposure and internal dose. And modeling the internal dose takes advantage of the fact that you're accounting for these non-linearities. And a particularly dramatic example of this was for vinyl chloride, where due to metabolic saturation, there was a very strong leveling off of the dose response curve if it was based on external exposure. But if you model internal dose, you have a very nice linear dose response curve. For this chemical, there was just a little nonlinearity at the high dose, but that still does point to the utility of modeling the internal dose metric.
Okay. And I'll just add that it can make a big difference sometimes in the external POD you estimate if you are not modeling the internal dose metric first. That is the metric that is associated with the endpoint, and oftentimes you're modeling that in the animal, and that's a better estimate before you extrapolate to accounting for pharmacokinetic differences between the animal and the human to get to that internal point. Anyone else from the committee? Dr. Burgoon.
Good morning. Thank you. Yeah, I rise in support of doing the PBPK modeling first to, for all the reasons that, you and Lynn described. I seem to recall we may have done that with methanol non-cancer years ago. And I remember in the PBPK working group, this was something that at ORD we were trying to identify rules for the road for when to do this. And generally we were, more or less, yeah, this is a good idea for most situations, especially when there is some kind of metabolism thing that is shared across the species where, it makes sense. But like you said, ultimately it's, that internal dose metric is what actually drives the toxicity in the animal and in the human. And so getting alignment with those through the PBPK models when we can is usually advantageous.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the committee? Any clarifying questions from the EPA?
Andrew Middleton, EPA. No, we do not have any clarifying questions at this time.
Okay. So I guess we will move on to make sure I'm in the right place. Charge question 10A III. Okay, Dr. Middleton, you can read the charge in, please.
Andrew Middleton, EPA, reading in question 10A III. Please comment on this observation and associated scientific considerations related to uncertainties in MOA, selection of the internal dose metric, high dose phenomena, interspecies PK differences, and interspecies PK differences. If appropriate, please provide input on the extent to nonlinearity at the high internal dose. If appropriate, please provide input on the extent to nonlinearity at the high internal dose can be addressed as uncertainty in the derived IUR.
Okay, thank you for reading that into the record. And again, we'll go back to Dr. Osmitz.
Okay. Well, our group generally agrees that the model does capture the nonlinear TK or PK at the high exposure levels, and it's consistent with the metabolic saturation that we know at very high dose levels. And that certainly doesn't, in our view, have any input or invalidate your inhalation unit risk using the low dose extrapolation. Again, seeing that that's really where the exposures are going to occur. For recommendations, we think that you need to clarify that the nonlinear PK is different than the nonlinear cancer dose response assessment. And that's where I think using the internal unit risk and the biologically relevant metric is what we've really been talking about the last couple of questions. So we recommend expanding the discussion, supporting the continued use of the IUR, despite that high dose saturation. And along with that, explain why those nonlinear kinetics have relatively limited effects ultimately on the benchmark dose estimation and low dose extrapolation. With that, I'll turn it over to anyone, back to Robin, who will ask other people in our group if they have anything to add. But this captures the written comments that we've gotten.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Thompson.
Yes, I have nothing further to add. Thanks.
Okay, Dr. Darson.
Well, again, let's see if I'm on. Yeah. I just want to add a few things about the linearity, and I want to start with EPA's guidelines. This question came up, I think, yesterday as well. EPA's cancer guidelines, page 3-21, and I'm going to quote it since probably many of us don't have this up in front of us. So when the weight of evidence evaluation of all available data are insufficient to establish the mode of action for a tumor site, which is for this particular chemical appears to be the case, and when scientifically plausible based on the available data, linear extrapolation is used as a default approach. Now, my question to my EPA colleagues, or to my colleagues, and this is a point that's still being discussed, is it scientifically plausible that linearity is appropriate based on the available data? And if we look at the document itself, this is, 1,1 trichloroethane. If you look at table 2-24, all the mutation studies in bacteria are negative. There's gene tox studies that are positive or weakly positive, not all of them. And so that question becomes sentinel. Is it is it plausible that it's a negative, linear thing? And I would encourage our EPA colleagues to carefully study their own guidelines to that effect. Now, there's a second thing that was brought up yesterday and hint at this particular thing is alternative modes of action. We certainly have lots of, this is after all Sullivan, lots of cell killing. There's lots of evidence of regeneration, hyperplasia. And when our group worked with Gene McConnell, a pathologist out of the NTP retired, on the 1,4-dioxane, we looked at a 1978 NCTC bioassay with liver tumors in mice. And back then, according to Gene McConnell, pathologists only marked the most significant tumors. So they didn't really look for non-cancer toxicity. Professor Klonik brought this up yesterday as well. And so I suspect, well, we found when NTP restained the slides for Gene McConnell, and he reread them, there was non-cancer toxicity everywhere, supporting this idea of a regenerative hyperplasia. Now, can EPA have time in their restain the slides and read them? Probably not. But that also points to the idea of EPA needing to investigate the mode of action for regenerative hyperplasia. And it might turn out that we have both modes of action going on. That's not beyond the pale here. And EPA guidelines on page 322 have, lay out guidelines for estimating dual mode of action. And EPA has actually done this back in 1999 with thyroid tumors. And there's some write-up of the risk assessment forum of EPA on that. So these are just additions to what it's being stated regarding the IUR and whether linearity is appropriate or not, and whether a dual mode of action should be investigated. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dorson. We can move to Dr. Haber. Do you have anything to add?
I do have a few things. So directly related to the nonlinearity in the relationship between external exposure and internal dose, I would emphasize that to the degree that such nonlinearity exists, that's actually a strong argument for modeling the internal dose, as we discussed in response to the previous questions. And it's only because the deviation is very small that the comments that were read into the record say that this is a small impact on the benchmark dose modeling. With regard to the comments that Dr. Dorson just made about the genotoxicity, I apologize. These probably need to be added somewhere to the written comments, but Dr. Dorson and I have had some extensive offline discussions about this, and I wanted to thank him for digging out all of those the salmonella mutagenicity assays and highlighting to make it easier to find where it addressed where the publications address the adequacy of testing. And that highlighted to me the importance of additional documentation in the summary tables for the genotoxicity. So one thing that's not reported, I see actually it is the strains. So that is very important. The test conditions often say not reported. Sometimes we were able to find actual concentrations that were tested as the maximal concentration, even though the assessment says not reported. Sometimes the number wasn't reported, but the authors did say they tested to cytotoxic concentrations. And regardless of the high concentration, information on whether they tested to cytotoxic concentrations is very important for supporting an independent evaluation of the quality of the studies. And I do agree, after digging into all those studies, that 3 of them were well conducted and had clear negative results. So that's good to know. Several of the others I would actually classify as a no test based on inadequate reporting or inadequate number of test strains, etc. That said, these are the results only for bacterial mutagenicity. If we had mammalian mutagenicity data, that would be weighted more. That unfortunately we don't. But we do have information on chromosome aberrations in the Chinese hamster lung. That was positive. There's a cell transformation studies that were positive or weakly positive. And there were quite a few micronucleus assays in human cells, and the vast majority of those were positive. Now, I admit I haven't dug into these other positive studies, but positive results in cytogenetics assays are considered part of the weight of evidence of for mutagenicity. It's not DNA damage, it is mutagenicity. And I erroneously cited the paper as Moore et al. It was actually Bates et al., and I can send that citation. But those are part of the mutagenicity evaluation. So based on all this data, I do concur that gene mutation is probably negative, but cytogenetics effects, which are part of mutations, are positive. So with regard to Dr. Dorson's overall question of whether a linear low dose is plausible, my assessment is that it is plausible. And I don't think we have fully come to a subgroup consensus on what's the majority and what's the minority opinion.
Okay,
So I'm done.
okay. Anyone else from the committee want to introduce comments? Dr. Thompson?
Yeah, I just wanted, I think this is also referring back to yesterday's charge question 9. So if there's any confusion, it's relevant here, but it's also referring back to yesterday, so, which we will circle back to later today or this week.
Yes, we're planning to revisit 9B and C. And I think this comment is directly relevant to one of those questions. Is that correct, Dr. Thompson?
Yes.
Dr. Haber? Okay. All right. With that, we will go to EPA to see if they have any clarifying questions on charge 10A III.
Andrew Middleton, EPA. No, we do not have any clarifying questions at this time.
Okay. All right. Okay. Then at this point, we're going to move back to charge question 2. And as EPA puts that on the screen, let me just remind everyone attending, because of the large amount of introductory material for some of these charge questions, we're not going to read those fully into the record, but they are available in the public agenda and they're out there. So if you need to look at those closely, you can look there. But again, we'll take a few moments to let you read these on the screen. And then we'll move into the charge. Okay, EPA, I think you can move to 2A for the charge.
Devin Allwell, EPA, reading charge question 2A. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties in EPA's preliminary conclusion that chronic TBBPA-induced uterine tumors is related to a SALT-1E1 inhibition MOA and nonlinear biological threshold of effects. In your response, please include strengths and uncertainties of available data supporting key events in the SALT-1E1 inhibition MOA and the scientific rationale for a threshold approach for assessing the identified uterine tumor outcome and dose response assessment.
Thank you for reading that into the record. And I will turn this over to Dr. Apti as the lead discussant.
Thank you, Robin. This is Udayan Apte. So first I'm going to read some overall summary and then we will get into any specific comments that we have. There are 7 people, 7 discussants in this specific charge questions. The 7 responses describe a genuine scientific consensus on the mechanistic core of the EPA's position. SALT-1E1 inhibition is a biologically coherent, reasonably well-evidenced candidate MOA, and a threshold approach is the scientifically appropriate response to a demonstrably non-genotoxic mechanism. No discussants propose that EPA abandon this threshold framework or revert to linear low-dose extrapolation. That consensus, however, sits on the top of a wide range of views about how much additional rigor EPA needs to add before the key event chain can be considered fully closed, and the discussants have identified several distinct, largely non-overlapping gaps. One discussant raised a general caution that a single MIE does not validate the entire multi-step MOA. Identifying a single MIE narrows the MOA hypothesis usefully, but does not itself validate the full multi-step chain, since each downstream event carries its own threshold and reversibility requirements. A second discussant identified 2 major issues. First, quantitative, temporal, and specificity gaps in the key event chain, i.e., what degree of SALT-1E1 inhibition is required to produce a measurable increase in estrogen bioavailability above threshold. Second, a key gap includes absent comparative potency data for TBBPA inhibition of rat versus human SALT-1E1, and uncertainty about whether the rat uterine tumor model recapitulates the full spectrum of human endometrial cancer subtypes. A third discussant indicated that the conclusions are based only on a single in vivo TBBPA dosing study that links TBBPA exposure to altered estrogen conjugation profiles in rat, and that the finding is a surrogate measure, a shift in the ratio of TBBPA sulfate to TBBPA glucuronide metabolite, rather than a direct measure of increased free or bioavailable uterine estradiol. Further, Section 2.7 weight of evidence discussion states that no data are available for dose response of KEs, which induces some uncertainty given that the entire threshold argument depends on the key events, not just the atypical tumor showing a non-effect dose. Fourth discussant critique that cell-free binding affinity data used to inform the threshold. They raise the point that the specific binding affinity values EPA cites from a cell-free system, not an actual binding in an in vivo situation, need recalibration against physiological competitive binding and free fraction considerations before they can be used to set a quantitative risk threshold. A fifth discussant raised an important concern based on species differences in SHBG. Current human TBBPA exposure levels are many orders of magnitude lower than the doses used in these animal studies and are therefore unlikely to disrupt homeostatic controls or saturate conjugation pathways. Furthermore, adult human possesses sex hormone binding globulin SHBG and that binds tightly to hormones and environmental contaminants, thereby locking them away from tissue level SALT1E1 binding pockets. However, rodents lack this protein, rendering SALT1E1 enzyme unprotected from toxic chemicals. This interspecies difference in SHBG binding capacity introduces some uncertainty regarding the impact of this MOA in humans. A sixth discussant indicated that the EPA's key event table is adequate, but a MOA diagram should be included, and another discussant agrees with that. A seventh discussant recommended that increased documentation for both the genotoxicity data and for evaluation of MOA. The text and summary tables on genotoxicity are insufficient to allow an independent evaluation of the results. Although the assessment authors did a nice job of presenting the study design in table 2.7, however, in the studies where TBBPA was not tested to the limit dose, insufficient information is provided to allow the reader to determine whether the test was to adequately high doses based on cytotoxicity or solubility, an issue particularly important in evaluating negative results. The assessment did note that interpretation of the results of the COMET assay is complicated by the absence of information about potential confounding by excess cytotoxicity. The format in the draft hazard assessment for TDCE is much better and provides information on whether sufficiently high doses were reached. So EPA could learn from that draft. This discussion also recommend that the COMET assay be identified as a DNA damage assay and not a clastogenicity assay, and that the data be organized into 1. DNA damage assays, 2. gene mutation assays, and 3. clastogenicity assays, including micronuclei. This was done somewhat in the assessment, except that the COMET assay was listed as a cytogenetic study. In addition, assays of DNA damage should contribute the least to the overall weight of evidence. With regards to the MOA evaluation, the discussant recommended an organizing and evaluating the proposed MOA using the framework presented by Meek et al. 2014 in the evolved Hill considerations for MOA evaluation. In particular, that the data be tabulated as shown in Table 4, copied from the paper, and Table 5, copied from the paper. Both of them will be in the written report. Organizing the data using these tabular formats instead of only narrative text makes it easier to see patterns and gaps in the data, and such as those noted by other discussants. Note also that the dose response considerations is not asking whether there is a dose response for key events, although such dose response is important for overall evaluation. Rather, it is asking whether key events occur at doses similar to or below those associated with the adverse outcome. Table 3 of Meek et al. 2014 paper is also useful in providing defining questions related to Bradford-Hill considerations, specifically in the context of MOA evaluations. Taken together, the responses suggest that there is a broad agreement within the discussions and that the EPA has identified the right MOA hypothesis paired with a long, largely non-redundant list of specific evidentiary gaps that no single discussion characterizes as fatal, but that collectively span potency specificity data, temporal key event linkage, and unresolved genotoxicity adjacent signal, human relevance biology, and the completeness of EPA's search for alternative MOAs. And we provide a Meek et al. Reference in that. And that ends my comments.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Apte. Let's go to your associate discussant, Dr. Thompson.
I think Dr. Apty covered it. I have nothing else to add.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Dorson?
Yes, I think our lead did a great job in summarizing this. I completely agree with EPA's mode of action description. It's one of the best I've ever seen. Can it be improved? Yes, and there are several reasons, ways to improve it. We had public comments on this yesterday, and there was a lot of angst about the public comments, about this particular choice by EPA to go with a non-threshold mode of action. And they fell into two categories. One category was described mode of action versus mechanism of toxicity, and the other one was mixtures. So I want to direct, attention to our public and maybe to some of our members that are a little bit uncertain about this, to EPA's guidelines. This is 2005 cancer guidelines. It's page 1-10 and it's footnote 2. I'm just going to read it since most of you folks probably don't have this up in front of you. The term mode of action is defined as a sequence of key events and processes, as Dr. Apty has already established on EPA as well, and processes starting with interaction of an agent with a cell, proceeding through operational anatomical changes, and resulting in cancer formation. A key event is empirically observable precursor step that itself is necessary element of the mode of action or is a biologically based marker for such an event. Such an element. Mode of action is contrasted with mechanism of action, which implies a more detailed understanding and description of events, often at the molecular level, than is meant by mode of action. Now, why is this description important in EPA's guidelines? Is because EPA emphasizes mode of action. Risk assessors don't have to have a complete understanding of mechanism. That's the point of this footnote. And what Dr. Apke has put out in our joint comments is a lot of reference to Betty Meek and her international colleagues that are laying out a framework for making this more understandable. In other words, here's the key events, here's the supporting and detracting data. But again, it emphasizes mode of action. And many of our public comments seem to me, perhaps incorrectly, that want EPA to go all the way to mechanism of action. And if you didn't know mechanism, you didn't have a way forward. Well, EPA makes that cut. They need to know mode of action, key events. They don't need to know the complete thing. Now, there was a second reason for the public comments and some of the angst about EPA's decision here to do a threshold approach to TBBPA. And that was mixtures. We're exposed to multiple chemicals. Well, guess what? We're exposed to tens of thousands of chemicals every day. I mean, coffee has like 1,500 chemicals, right? EPA has methods and guidelines on how to deal with chemical mixtures. And not at all surprising when there are multiple chemicals being exposed at a particular situation that are carcinogenic, EPA has methods to apply to evaluate that mixture risk. And so to colleagues that are worried about this, again, EPA's idea of stepping away from the threshold because of mixtures, there's mixture guidelines that will inform that particular concern. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I
Dr.
add
Apke?
something? Yeah, I just want to follow up on what Dr. Drusa said, and it's such an important concept about mode of action versus mechanism of action. I teach graduate students toxicology, and this is a question for them on their exam, and they hate it. But I wish they were listening in to see there's a real life consequence of what they're learning. There is the difference, and it is very critical for risk assessment. And as you said, as Dr. Dawson pointed out, EPA does not need to know mechanism of action. A mode of action is enough to go ahead with the risk assessment. So thanks for making that comment.
Okay. Dr. Burgoon?
I have nothing further to add, especially with respect to the mechanism versus mode of action thing. I think that was very well articulated. Thank you, Dr. Dorson. Thank you, Dr. Apte.
Okay. Dr. Klonig?
I really have nothing. I have nothing to add, other than that I was involved initially in some of the mode of action work back in the 2000 era. And I think that was a good explanation of the difference between mechanism versus mode of action. I liken it to mode of action would be an increase in cell proliferation in the target tissue. Mechanism might be looking at the particular gene that is turned on, for example. And in this case, they do talk about the suppressor gene as far as a target in previously initiated cells going on to tumors. But in the case of mechanism, you might want to see a specific gene that's changed, versus mode of action, you're looking at the, I would argue, biological effect, which is more cell proliferation, expansion of the a preneoplastic cell grouping. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Haber?
I'd like to commend Dr. Apte on your very nice summary overall. The comments on mode of action did also touch on human relevance, which I don't recall being addressed in any detail in the assessment. I did want to point our EPA colleagues to the mode of action / human relevancy frameworks that the International Life Sciences Institute, ILSI, and IPCS, International Program on Chemical Safety. And again, I'll send these references, but they developed a very nice framework for evaluating mode of action and human relevance, where the first question is the weight of evidence sufficient to establish a mode of action in animals? And the second question is, can human relevance of the mode of action be reasonably excluded on the basis of fundamental qualitative differences in key events between animals and humans? So this is where things like DNA binding proteins would fall, I believe. And then the third question is whether human relevance of the mode of action can be reasonably excluded on the basis of quantitative differences in either kinetics or dynamic factors between animals and humans. And I'm actually not sure whether the protein binding would fall in that one, but there are a number of very nice case studies also published showing application of this framework. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I would just add, Dr. Darrelson, thank you for bringing up the difference between mode of action and mechanism of action. And I think some of this theme has come up in previous questions to the committee, in that, what does the weight of evidence tell you? We don't have to know every specific step for a mode of action, but I think it's been mentioned, we're talking about mutagenic versus, linear versus nonlinear. What does the weight of evidence tell us about what the mode of action could be? And I think in addition, the human relevance issue that Dr. Haber just brought up, what does the available science tell us about that? I don't think we have to know every step for sure, but if we have the majority of evidence pointing us in a direction, we should be relying on that science to make decisions. So, and with that, I will open it up. Dr. Darrelson, I'll go back to you.
Well, no, thank you for bringing that point up. And there are publications that try to quantify different modes of action, in a numerical score. I mean, that's one thing that could be looked at. And I'll send the reference. I think it's by Becker et al., but there's probably several of them.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else from the committee? Dr. Ike.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to quickly add a comment to the point on chemical mixtures, and this has come up repeatedly at other SACC meetings, that although there are some methods that could be used in risk assessment to evaluate risks associated with chemical mixtures, the EPA, to my understanding, hasn't really been using them, and that we've continued to look at risks associated with single chemicals, even though we know that that's not something that occurs in reality. And so I just wanted to flag that this is something that has consistently come up in prior SACC reviews, and it should be considered here as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else from the committee? Any clarifying questions from the EPA? Oh, Dr. Dowerson, do you have something else to
Well,
add?
yeah, and I just want to, with Dr. Ehrlich, I hope I'm saying your name right.
Dr. Ike.
Yeah, so as you know, the guidelines, you know, they have a structure, chemical of concern, I mean, mixture of concern first. No one's going to argue with that. I mean, we've got toxicity on gasoline. We're going to use the toxicity on gasoline, not its various components. Second is mixture of sufficiently similar mixture. And that there's a guideline on, I think EPA 2000 put out, you know, what does that sufficiently similar mean? And it's a little bit wide, it's loose, but it's still better than like a swag. And then there's the component thing. And in order to do the components, you need to build the safety assessment for the individual chemicals. So I think that's what we're doing here now, but I hope, and I think your good point is being made, is if we have situations where there are multiple chemical exposures, we need to estimate the risk for the components together or the mixture by itself. No question about that. EPA does that in different groups. Superfund program do it all the time. But, you know, anytime EPA is faced with that, they need to do that. In fact, the Office of Pesticide Programs has a couple component mixture assessments for like acting pesticides. So it happens on occasion. Maybe it should happen more often as you're suggesting. Thank you.
Anyone else? Dr. Eisenreich, do we have any clarifying questions from EPA?
Yes, we do. This is Karen Eisenreich, EPA. More of a recommendation from us again. We appreciated the discussion on mechanism of action versus mode of action, and we would like you to capture that in the written responses in the report as much as you can. We found that very valuable. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We will make sure we do that.
Yep, we'll add that.
Okay. Anything else from the committee? Okay, with that, we will move to charge question 2B.
Oh, it looks like Mr.
sorry.
Wright.
Mr. Wright has his hand up. Mr. Wright?
Yes. Somehow I can't start my video, so we'll forget about that. In the discussion of the mixtures rule or rules that EPA uses, where two chemicals are sufficiently similar, then they're or even if they're not, they're separate toxicological properties are put together. The place where that becomes problematic in this assessment is that if you look at 1,2-dibromomethane, it has two very common isomers, which are often found together. We are evaluating the tris isomer in this meeting, but we're not evaluating the cis isomer. So it is difficult to see how that rule could effectively be applied.
Okay, thank you. EPA, any other clarifying questions after that comment?
Hi, this is Karen Eisenreich, EPA. We do not have any additional comments at this point or
Okay.
clarifications.
Okay. Thank you. So again, we will move to charge question 2B.
Devin Alwell, EPA, reading charge question 2B. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of EPA's preliminary cancer classification for TBBPA.
Thank you. for reading that into the record, and I will turn it back again to Dr. Apte.
Thank you. This is Udayan Apte. This one's going to be a bit longer, so bear with me. So there is some difference of opinion on this question. 4 discussants endorse not likely carcinogenic to human below the POD as a sound and guideline consistent approach. 2 discussants raised concerns on either the classification's framing or its scope, and 1 discussant offered qualified agreement wrapped around a methodological critique that does not directly engage the classification's substance. The majority opinion is that EPA's not likely carcinogenic to human classification for TBBPA is appropriate and consistent according to the 2005 cancer guidelines, reflecting a weight of evidence review that integrates human, animal, and mechanistic data rather than relying on rodent tumor data alone, and that explicitly considers whether the tumors could stem from genotoxicity, endocrine disruption, chronic tissue injury, hormonal imbalance, or a species-specific mechanism. Because robust in vivo and in vitro data show TBBPA is non-mutagenic and does not bind to DNA directly, the uteroid tumors map to a specific non-linear MOA, SALT1E1 inhibition, requiring saturation of metabolic pathways. A default linear low-dose approach is inappropriate, anchoring the exposure limit to the sensitive precursor lesion, which is typical endometrial hyperplasia. Instead, provides a scientifically protective margin of safety. Now, there is a dissenting opinion on that, and I'm sure we will hear about that in the discussion. There are several uncertainties related to this. They can be collectively identified into 3 distinct categories. I'm going to read them now into the record. First category is reconciling or at least explicitly acknowledging the divergence of IARC's Group 2A classification. 1 discussant treats this as a significant inconsistency that EPA should not just look paper over. Another discussant resolves it by treating IARC's hazard-only framework and EPA's exposure-informed framework as answering 2 different questions. And a third discussant acknowledged this difference, but emphasizes convergence with the EFSA NICNAS instead of engaging IARC directly. The second category of uncertainties is accounting for the real-world exposure conditions. 1 discussant focused on this as the central and most fundamental objection built on co-exposure to other chemicals, particularly PDBEs or other flame retardants, and on an apparent female-specific susceptibility signal in both the NTP data and the 1 available epidemiological study. This objection is seconded by another discussant who points to the uncharacterized cumulative estrogen-active co-exposure. This discussion also commented on uncertainty factor adequacy for hypersusceptible subpopulations. A third category of uncertainty is a recurring request across several otherwise supportive responses for EPA to more precisely delineate what its classification does and does not cover. These discussants all recommended that the classification clearly state both not likely to be carcinogenic below the POD and likely to be carcinogenic above the POD based on the MIE. 1 discussant asked whether EPA intends a bifurcated likely above the POD / not likely below it descriptor as the EPA 2005 guidelines own multiple descriptor provision permits. A second discussant cautions that the classification's conditional nature must be clearly communicated so that it is not misread as a blanket negative finding. And a third discussant argues that the EPA has effectively asked a single POD, non-cancer POD to do a double duty as a cancer protective value without demonstrating quantitatively that this is adequate for that purpose. Thus, these are taken together in different ways, requests for EPA to be more precise about the scope and the limits of its own conclusions rather than direct challenge to the underlying science. Another discussant recommends a Pearl-style causal interference method in place of Bradford-Hill criteria. Now I'm going to read into comments some of the more detailed comments that are important to this discussion. One discussant, the dissenting opinion, the minority opinion, this discussant stated that the EPA's preliminary conclusion that TBBPA is not likely to be carcinogenic is overly broad based on the available evidence. Most notably, TBBPA commonly co-occurs with other chemicals and is highly correlated with other chemical exposures, for example, other PDBEs and flame retardants in reality. The draft human health hazard assessment doesn't account for co-exposures to other chemicals, and thus the risk estimated here are likely an underestimate of true health effect. As a result, there is an uncertainty in any effect size obtained in vivo or in vitro studies. In addition, it appears that based on the evidence presented, there are sex-specific effects, as the one epidemiological study in reference found an increased risk of breast cancer, and the NTP conclusions that there is an evidence of carcinogenic activity of TBBPA in female Wister hand rats. This suggests that females may be uniquely susceptible, but that seem to be missing from the overall conclusions that EPA is drawing, highlighting potential areas of uncertainty. In addition, there is a uncertainty regarding uniquely susceptible subgroups, as these individuals are likely at an increased risk of cancer. There is some BMD modeling critique that stands out. EPA's single model choice, quantum linear QL, on the polycystic kidney lesions in male rats is not correct. The visual fits are not appropriate. The AIC is higher than all other, save the multi-stage 1 model, and other BMDs are higher than the QL. The logistic model is the single best choice mathematically with the lowest AIC, excellent residuals, and the BMD-BMDL ratio is less than 3. The best visual fit by far is the multi-stage 2. In order to improve EPA's BMD analysis, female responses can be included in the joint analysis as per EPA 2005 guidelines, page 324. This would improve BMD analysis because it would tighten the error bars. This study shows effects of increased severity. However, so EPA staff will likely need to work with someone who is specialized in this area to make the final data determinations. There are some comments on Bradford-Hill criteria. US EPA's use of Bradford-Hill's considerations is not gold standard US. No, not gold standard. US EPA needs to stop relying so heavily upon Bradford-Hill consideration. Dr. Hill was clear that that these are not complete and they're insufficient to infer causality. The fields of philosophy and causal science have moved well beyond Hill's conjecture. US EPA should adopt throughout the agency more scientifically rigorous practices, such as the use of counterfactual approaches, which include Pearl's work on directed acyclic graphs to include his DO calculus. And there is at least one dissenting opinion on this. So there is a disagreement here within the discussants. There is a comment on the above and below POD for descriptors. The EPA 2005 guideline states that multiple descriptors can be used for a single agent. Another example is where mode of action is sufficiently understood to conclude that a key event in tumor development would not occur below a certain dose range. In this case, the agent could be described as likely to be carcinogenic above a certain dose range, but not likely to be carcinogenic below the range. And several discussants agree with that. There is a comment on classification is explicitly conditional, again, going back to below the POD, and must be clearly communicated to avoid misinterpretation as a blanket negative, which was covered in my previous comments. The protectiveness of the chronic POD for carcinogenicity in organ systems beyond the uterus is not fully documented. And the EPA's consideration for alternative mechanisms, such as receptor-mediated activation, oxidative stress, thyroid hormone disruption, require explicit weight of evidence justification for their exclusion. Human relevance of rat uterine model and adequacy of existing UFs for hypersusceptible subpopulations, such as SALT1E1 polymorphisms, elevated baseline estrogen, also require explicit treatments. Finally, there is a comment on thyroid hormone disruption as an alternative mode of action. This discussion also raised a concern about lack of thyroid hormone disruption as a MOA. EPA identifies thyroid toxicity as a non-cancer endpoint, but does not evaluate thyroid hormone signaling as a carcinogenic MOA, citing only Zhang et al. 2014 as a thyroid-specific mechanistic evidence and providing no explicit determination of thyroid tumors incidence in the NTP 2014 two-year cancer bioassay. EPA should, 1, tabulate quantitative thyroid effect levels, NOEL, BMD, from all relevant studies with species and endpoints identified. 2, present mechanistic thyroid data in a structured weight of evidence framework. 3, address rodent human TBG TTR differences as a part of the human relevance determination. 4, explicitly report NTP 2014 thyroid histopathology findings, including pre-neoplastic and neoplastic incidence. And 5, assess the potential interactive effects between thyroid hormone disruption and SALT1E1 mediated estrogen pathways. This will provide for a complete and open review to the topic. And there is, again, agreement on this within the committee with at least 2 other discussions pointing this out. And I will end my comments there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Apte. We'll go to your associate discussants on this question. Dr. Thompson.
I have nothing further to add. That was quite extensive.
Thank you. Dr. Dorson.
Again, Dr. Apte, or Professor Apte, very nicely done. I only have one thing to add, and it's just a clarification, and it has to do with the IARC classification on basis of mechanistic data. What IARC is likely doing here is they're using their key chemical characteristics or key characteristics of carcinogens, or KCCs, I think most of us just referred to. These were originally developed to bin data, in the different bins like oxidative stress or mutagenicity, so that we as a group can then further investigate the mode of action. And what is happening more of late is IARC using this as a checklist. Well, IARC can do it at once, that's fine. But there's a series of papers that have come out that are exploring this use as a checklist in relationship to the findings of it. Is it a carcinogen or not? And there was a paper by Becker et al., which I'll submit, that actually looked at the IARC classifications, their own classifications, and their own list of key characteristics of carcinogens, and it was no better than 50%. In other words, it was a coin toss. So I'll send that paper forward. I just want to add that to, the distinction between IARC versus, EPA's call. I mean, IARC focuses on hazard, which is nothing wrong with that. We're all interested in hazard, but, EPA is doing not only hazard, but dose response assessment. And there is a distinction. And that's one reason that the comparison may not be spot on. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Burgoon.
I've got nothing more to add. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Ike.
I also have nothing to add. Thanks for just noting that there was some disagreement among SAC members. It'll be noted in the final report.
Thank you. Dr. Klonick.
I have nothing to add. Well done presentation. Very good.
Thank you. Dr. Haber.
I have a couple of things to add. So I think Dr. Apte appropriately characterized the many comments from our group. I did want to go back to some of the clarifying questions we had on the first day, where one of the questions was about this, did EPA intend the not likely below a certain dose and likely above a certain dose? And the response we got was, oh, yes, that's obvious from the wording. I think given the many comments from a group of educated risk assessors makes it clear that it really does need to be explicitly stated, the bipartite not likely and likely above a certain dose, and how much more so for people who are not super experienced in risk assessment. So I think it is important for EPA to capture that aspect. I also, I had a comment earlier about suggesting that EPA draw a straight line to the low dose and trying to do the dose response modeling. I did withdraw it just in time for the reading into the record. And I did not see in the comments written here the recommendation from Dr. Dorson that instead of doing this, doing the analysis based on hyperplasia, to do it based on the uterine adenoma, adenocarcinoma, plus atypical endometrial hyperplasia. And that modeling did work, which is basically why I withdrew my other recommendation. And then just a general comment. So for this that aspect of the modeling, EPA did provide the results from all the models, which was wonderful. Thank you. For some of the others, it looks like they were not. Oh, that did not apply to this chemical. Sorry, I'll just stop there. And thank you.
Okay, before we move on, Dr. Haber, if you are running modeling separate, as we collect citations today, we'll probably need to collect some of that information to share with EPA. I think they were.
This was not modeling that I did. This is modeling. Okay. The combined is in the assessment.
Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood that. Maybe, do you know the page? If not.
It's Appendix A3, PDF page 168.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Dr. Dorson?
Yeah, I just wanted second or third Dr. Haber's, Professor Haber's comment about EPA making it explicit that, okay, there's unlikely to find cancer below, but, cancer above. Just make it explicit. There's no change. It's just being more clear in the communication. So thank you, Dr. Haber, for bringing that up again.
Okay. Let's see. Anybody else from the committee have anything to add? Okay. Seeing none. EPA, do you have any clarifying questions?
Devin Allwell, US EPA, no questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, we will move to charge question 12. EPA, do you have that ready? Okay, again, we'll take a few minutes for everyone to read that introduction material. Okay, EPA, if you'll read the charge to the committee into the record.
Thank you, Dr. Gentry. This is Ali Shohati with EPA, reading charge question 12 into the record. Please comment on the strengths, limitations, and characterization of uncertainties underlying selection of EPA's proposed POD for acute inhalation risk assessment for trans-1,2-dichloroethylene derived from the HERT 1993 study. Please include in your response a consideration of the strengths, limitations, and uncertainties associated with the use of the rat as the animal model for eye irritation for human exposures, including pharmacodynamic differences between species. Considering your comments, please suggest alternative approaches for the acute inhalation POD.
Okay, thank you for reading that into the record, and I will turn it over to our lead discussant, Dr. Barranco.
Thank you. As an introductory summary for charge question number 12, the draft risk evaluation identifies ocular irritation presenting in the HERT 1993 study as increased lacrimation and stains around the eye in maternal rats in a whole body inhalation prenatal developmental toxicology study testing trans-1,2-dichloroethylene TDCE as a suitable endpoint for derivation of a point of departure value for acute inhalation risk. Ocular irritation sensitivity in humans and rabbits exposed to TDCE in vapor or topical ocularly, respectively, reinforces the endpoint's relevance across additional species. Yet, an inhalation study in non-pregnant rats fails to show the same sensitivity to ocular irritation as was observed in the prenatal developmental study. Committee mostly supports the agency's use of the study for acute inhalation point of departure derivation. However, one member suggests the agency rely on a weight of evidence approach or an alternative endpoint to support point of departure derivation. Scientific rationale supporting the introductory summary include the following. Strengths of the HERT 1993 study include adequate group size, concurrent controls, and a clear exposure-response relationship. Weaknesses in the HERT 1993 study include the lack of details on when exactly during the exposure period from gestation day 7 to 16 that the ocular effects were observed and whether they worsened, be it severity or incidence, with continued exposure. Number two, the threefold gap between 2,000 and 6,000 part per million exposure groups provide little information about the response curve near the threshold. Third weakness, that only pregnant females were tested. Pregnancy is unlikely to diminish the relevance of the response, but introduces uncertainty when extrapolating the quantitative threshold to the general population. The committee finds it peculiar that similar effects were not noted in the DuPont 1998 study in non-pregnant rats. However, this might be due to rat exposure being limited to 5 consecutive days per week, followed by 2 days per week without treatment over weekends throughout a 90-day span, as opposed to the rats in the HERT 1993 study being exposed for 10 consecutive days. An additional weakness in the HERT 1993 study is that 2,000 part per million is the lowest concentration to which the rats were exposed. This is concerning because the TDCE AGL1 for 10 and 30 minutes, 1, 4, and 8 hours is 280 part per million based on ocular irritation in humans. The AGL1 is defined as the airborne concentration of a substance above which it is predicted that the general population, including susceptible individuals, could experience notable discomfort, irritation, or certain certain asymptomatic non-sensory effects. However, the effects are not disabling and are transient and reversible upon the cessation of exposure. The AGL2 for 10, 30, and 60 minutes is 500 part per million. At 2 hours is 340 part per million, and at 8 hours is 230 part per million, which is based on narcosis in rats and anesthetic effects in humans. The AEGL2 is the airborne concentration of a substance above which it is predicted that the general population, including susceptible individuals, could experience irreversible or other serious long-lasting adverse health effects or an impaired ability to escape. These details collectively suggest that assuming the rat is as sensitive as the human, the lowest observed adverse effect level in the HERT 1993 study might be lower if lower exposure concentrations were tested. Rats are not a standard species for testing ocular irritation via direct topical ocular exposure to a test article. However, the rabbit species is a standard testing species for ocular irritation via the topical ocular route, and in the DuPont 1988B study, corroborated the ocular findings in the rat, specifically via the observation of increased ocular discharge in the rabbit. Also, humans in the Lehman 1936 study expressed ocular discomfort when exposed to TDCE vapor at exposures of 950 part per million, which was somewhat similar to the 2000 part per million exposure, eliciting presumed ocular irritation via the increased lacrimation staining around the eyes in the rat. The collective data show ocular irritation in multiple species supports the endpoints used in the derivation of an acute inhalation point of departure value for TDCE. Due to the immediate effects noted following exposure to humans and following topical ocular administration to rabbits, the committee believes that the ocular irritation is a consequence of site of first contact exposure in the rat HERT 1993 study. It is also worth noting that point of first contact skin irritation effects are noted in rabbits in DuPont 1998A and 1988A and 1988C, which can sometimes be predictive of topical ocular toxicity and irritation. Minority opinions in the committee are as follows. One committee member expresses concern regarding the agency's reliance on the HERT 1993 study for acute inhalation point of departure derivation for TDCE. Committee member questions the reliability of the HERT 1993 study given, one, the study is not specifically designed to assess eye irritation. Two, concentrations lower than 2,000 part per million were not tested and the dose-response relationship above 2,000 part per million was modest. Three, the observed symptoms, including lacrimation or periocular staining, are potentially non-specific for eye irritation or influenced by factors such as stress or systemic toxicity. Four, the evidence from human studies is limited, and subsequent research by DuPont Haskell Lab 1998 found no ocular effects, even at concentrations up to 4,000 part per million in rats, although lacrimation was apparently not specifically monitored. And five, using rats as a model for human eye irritation potentially introduces additional uncertainty as there are significant differences in ocular anatomy, tear physiology, Harderian gland, secretions, respiratory airflow, sensory nerve, sensitivity, and behavioral responses, including lacrimation between species. As for committee recommendations, there are two. The first being the committee advises the agency to consider including the rationale mentioned in this response as further support that ocular irritation observed in the HERT 1993 study is suitable for point of departure derivation as it applies to acute inhalation exposure risk assessment in humans. The second recommendation is that the committee member expressing a minority opinion advises the agency to emphasize a weight of evidence approach instead of relying solely on the lowest observed adverse effect level from the HERT 1993 study, to evaluate central nervous system depression or other more clearly defined acute effects at potential alternative critical endpoints. And number three, when appropriate data are available, utilize benchmark modeling and physiologically based pharmacokinetics. Assuming the agency continues to rely on the HERT 1993 lowest observed adverse effect level, the committee member expressing a minority opinion advises the agency to explicitly address the quality of the endpoints and account for uncertainties related to interspecies pharmacodynamics. This concludes the SACC committee's comment on charge question number 12.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll go to the associate discussants. Dr. Ryer-Powder.
Yeah, I would just urge the agency to strongly consider that 2000 LOAEC, that was the lowest dose tested, and as Dr. Branca described, it's a lot higher than what the AEGL is, and that's based on human experience. So I would stress that recommendation that they take a look at that level in terms of relying upon it as the lowest observed effect level.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wright. I know he's having some technical difficulties. I will move on to Dr. Shin, but Mr. Wright, if you are able to verbalize things, please let us know.
I just got my audio back, but not my video.
Okay.
I think the statement's very good. I have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Shin?
Me too. I have nothing to add.
Okay. Anybody else from the committee? Okay, with that, we'll see if EPA has any clarifying questions.
This is Ali Shohati with EPA. We do not have any clarifying questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will move on to charge question, I think 13A. Let me make sure we don't have any subparts. So 13A, and again, take a moment to read the introductory material. And again, it's on the public docket and it's in the agenda if you need those details. Okay, let's read the charge to the committee in the record.
Thank you. This is Ali Shohati with EPA, reading charge question 13A into the record. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of uncertainties underlying the selection of the Shop et al. 1985 study and selection of decreased humoral immune response, AFCs, as the selected endpoint for intermediate and chronic oral, dermal, and inhalation risk assessment. Please include in your comments a consideration of the limited read-across data available. Thank you.
Thank you for reading that into the record, and we will turn to Dr. Dorson as our lead discussant.
Well, again, top of the day to you gentle people. What I'd like to do is give you an overview of where we are as a committee. I would say it could be roughly considered not quite consensus yet, but we're getting there. The Shop et al. Study, a 90-day drinking water exposure. So that's good. It's in an appropriate media. And it's supporting EPA's selection of decreased antibody-forming cells. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. And it's at an intermediate or chronic point of departure. So we can probably use it for either if we use an uncertainty factor. Okay, however, and here's some of the caveats. Confidence in these findings is moderated by a couple factors. Notably, sex-specific effects were primarily observed in male mice only. There were inconsistent results across the wider immune database, therefore limited replication and mechanistic data. There are some uncertainties about the clinical significances of the reduced antibody forming cells, the AFCs. There's complexities in trans-1,2-DCE metabolism and challenges in cross-species and route extrapolation. In addition, some additional potential weaknesses where the final sentence of the discussion of this particular study, in which the authors dismissed the findings of decreased AFCs as probably the result of general toxicity as opposed to specific target organ toxicity. So that's a quote out of the document. Yet did not identify the accompanying general toxicity, nor did it appear obvious in the companion paper Barnes et al. 1985. which is one of the other papers we'll talk about briefly in a moment. Another weakness was the failure of trans-DCE to elicit additional humoral immunotoxicity effects in tandem with the decreased AFC response and other endpoints evaluated in the study, namely hemagglutination titers and spleen lymphocyte response. The committee, however, agreed with the agency that the limited read-across data from Macaulay et al. It was limited due to the unique metabolism of TDCE. It doesn't reinforce the immunotox effects noted in the Shop et al. Study that we're discussing. Shop et al. 1985, sponsored by EPA and NIHS, concluded that although DCE has effects on the immune system, these effects were often not dose dependent, did not coincide with tests measuring similar parameters, and did not occur in both sexes. That's one of our other colleagues on the group. And note that public comments from the TDCE consortium argued that the results in Shop et al. Were all within one standard deviation of the historical control data in mice. And of course, EPA uses one standard deviation as a default position for benchmark dose modeling. So the effects are within one standard deviation, makes it difficult to do any benchmark dose modeling. I think that captures most of our thinking here. So recommendations. Well, the recommendation is pretty short. It's alternatives to the Shop et al. Study should be explored. And there's 3 other studies that we're going to talk about in subsequent questions. And the read across doesn't appear to be appropriate because trans-DCE has a unique metabolism. And at this point, we don't have any minority opinions, but we're not quite the consensus here. And with that, I'll open that up to my colleagues on the panel.
Okay, Dr. Barenko?
Yeah, I'll just add one additional point. In the Shop 1985 study, there's a reference for White 1985. And if you look at that reference in Table 16, it shows historical range data for these endpoints in 70 male mice from 60, 90-day studies. And I think that should be considered with respect to, whether these findings in the Shop study were within the historical range of these animals within apparently the same lab. So that's the only comment I have.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Thompson?
Yeah, I think with regard to the historical control data, I think in addition to considering that range and the range of effects that we're seeing in the treated animals, that with potentially either the historical control range that was provided in public comments or perhaps through the white paper that was just mentioned, that one option would be for EPA to perhaps try remodeling that data using historical control standard deviation. That is something that is quote unquote allowed for in the BMD guidance. And so that might be of interest.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ryer-Powder?
Yes, I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Klonick?
I have nothing to add.
Okay. Any other comments from the committee? Okay. Any clarifying questions from EPA? We didn't hear you. Dr. Shate, we didn't hear you. I'm guessing there's no questions.
Sorry about that. difficulties. I hope you can hear me now. This is Ali Shah with EPA. We're going to wait until we proceed through the rest of the other subsequent charge questions, just if there's any further clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I will add, this is 13A. Okay. So with that, we'll move on to 13B, the introduction to that charge. And then we will have a 13BI with some introductory material. And then we can read the charge into the committee.
Right. Thank you. This is Ali Shah with EPA, reading charge question 13BI into the record. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of uncertainties underlying the potential selection of a POD for reduced lymphocytes from the DuPont Haskell Lab 1998 study for intermediate and chronic oral inhalation and dermal risk assessment. Thank you.
Thank you for reading that into the record. And we will go back to Dr. Dorson. Excuse me.
Quite all right. Okay, so here's an alternative study to SHOP et al. And it's a laboratory DuPont Haskell 90-day rat inhalation study, 1998. Supports consideration of reduced lymphocyte counts as a relevant point of departure for risk assessment. Study was well controlled, good laboratory practice, compliant, included both male and female rats, various exposures, comprehensive hematological assessments, and observed dose-responsive decreases in immune cell counts, particularly in males. Although these findings may be consistent across multiple repeat dose studies and could be useful for inhalation assessments, DuPont specifically pointed out the following. This is a quote out of the DuPont study. In the 4,000 ppm male group, significant decreased mean white blood cell and lymphocyte counts at the 45-day sampling time and significantly decreased mean lymphocyte counts at the 90-day sampling time were not considered to be toxicologically important because the magnitude of the changes was small in the context of historical controls and therefore biologically inconsequential. Furthermore, the causal relationship between treatment and the leukocyte alterations is somewhat equivocal. In rodents, a common cause of decreased lymphocyte counts is increased release of endogenous glucocorticoids. So therefore, that's the end of the quote. EPA should explain why they disagree with DuPont in using this finding as a critical endpoint. It's a great study, but there's a disagreement here. EPA needs to clarify. Assuming this is a biologically plausible adverse effect, the reductions in lymphocyte count indicate systemic toxicity rather than simply an effect due to the route of exposure. So inhalation, then we can think about extrapolating to perhaps oral. However, confidence in these findings is limited because the lymphocyte counts are nonspecific. They may reflect stress, as suggested by the authors, and transient physiological variation or mild blood effects, rather than direct functional immunosuppression. So while the DuPont lymphocyte point of departure is defensible and could provide a more robust database, the response is not dose dependent. It's only statistically significant at the high dose and is not supported by related immune findings. Therefore, this endpoint remains a more screening level alternative. And this approach should utilize explicit uncertainty factors and clearly acknowledge its weaker biological and functional connections to other outcomes, immune outcomes. we had some other comments here. I'll just read this one. Using this study for pointed departure for inhalation is reasonable. After all, it is an inhalation study and it's GLP compliant. I mean, we've got a great study here. Using reduced lymphocytes in an inhalation study as a point of departure for trans-1,2-dichloroethylene has substantial uncertainty for reasons already talked about for chronic and maybe dermal extrapolations. So what are our recommendations? The Haskell lab study is a reasonable alternative to SHOP. And we've got something, it's either 4,000 ppm is the NOEL or maybe the high dose we should pick the high dose. And with appropriate route, the route conversion, you might use it for the oral study, although we have other studies that we can talk about that are oral. However, EPA should carefully review the author's conclusions with their own regarding the development of an appropriate point of departure. And again, we are not quite to the idea of unanimous thinking here, but we also don't have any minority opinions. We have a lot of good other texts that I'd like to open this up for my colleagues on the subpanel to weigh in with. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. I will ask for Dr. Barranco for his input.
I have nothing further to add.
Okay, Dr. Thompson.
I think Dr. Dowson covered the issues. I have nothing further.
Okay, Dr. Ryer Powder.
Yeah, I'm happy with the way Dr. Darrison took my comments into account and synthesized them and came up with a recommendation, and I'm okay with that recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Klonick.
I'm very happy with Dr. Dorson's response. We're still in the mode of uncertainty, I guess is the comment, and I have no other comments to make at this time.
Let me ask this question about the recommendations, Dr. Dorson. Is what you're discussing majority? I mean, or is this all desperate? I mean, are you just saying you're not at consensus, but you have majority opinions? I don't hear anybody providing anything that's in contrast to your recommendations.
Am I? Oh, I'm on. Okay. Well, we have not had a chance to do our Vulcan mind meld here on this. There are 4 studies. We have oral and inhalation, and several of these studies are well done. Some of them are not so much so. I don't think we're going to have difficult time coming to a consensus on what's the best study for inhalation and what's the best study for oral. I don't think we're going to have that problem. But I speak without having talked to my collaborators. Basically, what we've done is gone to the website and gone through this multiple times and fixed, added things to that. I think we're close, but I don't want to say we have consensus yet.
But I think the charge to this group is to characterize the strengths and uncertainties, and with the use of the DuPont study. And it sounds like you've done that.
Oh, yeah. Well, that we have done. That's true.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the direct charge. So
Right.
it sounds like we may have some recommendations of alternative studies related to that question. But the overall recommendation seems to be, at least from my perspective, that there's a lot of uncertainties in using that study in particular.
Right. Well, there are uncertainties, and folks express that pretty much very similarly. But it's a great study, and it's inhalation. So, can it be used? Probably can be used with some of the caveats we talked about. So, what I could do is after this, after we get a break from our discussions, I could write up a recommendations or summary, and then have my colleagues look at that. Thank you.
Okay. Because I think the charge is specifically strengths and uncertainties.
Right.
So I think our recommendations need to be around that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from the committee? Dr. Burgoon.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. I have a question for the panel. Specifically, you said some things that piqued my interest because I rarely hear or see toxicologists say these words, which is minimal toxicologically or biologically important differences. So as a statistician, those are words of art for us. And like I said, I was shocked to hear those because I never see those. So my bigger question is this. Was this a situation where they saw a significant p-value and then said this is a significant p-value, but it didn't meet the minimal toxicologically or biologically important difference, and so therefore these are not relevant? Is that what DuPont was saying, or were they saying something else?
Off the top of my head, I do not know, Dr. Burgon, but that's something that could be easily dug out. It's
Okay.
not a problem. When we've got their quotes, so we've looked at the study, but we haven't focused on that part. I'll
Okay.
take that as a homework assignment. Thank you.
Yeah, so I want to raise that as maybe it becomes a cross-cutting issue because in 2016, the American Statistical Association came out very hard against p-values. A lot of toxicologists are not aware of this. In that statement, the American Statistical Association, which is the largest, actually it's the world's largest organization of statisticians, came out against the idea of how we typically use p-values in science. Specifically, we said that they should not be used as thresholds. They should not be used for decision-making. They should not be used for policy-making. And just because something crosses an arbitrary p-value threshold does not mean anything at all. What is actually most important, and this, again, this is coming from statisticians, is the minimal biologically or clinically relevant difference if we're talking medicine or if we're talking biology.
Right.
And that if you do not cross that threshold, it matters not what the p-value says. So rather than looking at the p-value first, we're recommending that people actually look at, is this important for my field? Is this difference important for my field? That's the first criterion. And then the second criterion is going to be something akin to a p-value, or if you're doing a Bayesian approach, a probability value. So my hope and my guess is that DuPont, well, I know DuPont has some really good statisticians, especially back in the late 90s. And so my guess is that they were actually taking the proper course and saying, okay, this wasn't actually something where we see an important difference, and so therefore the p-value is meaningless. That's my hope. And I say that, and I'm putting it into the record right now because this is a cross-cutting issue that I think EPA needs to adopt this kind of a stance moving forward. Because having worked at EPA, I know that there's this large reliance on, did it meet statistical significance, yes or no? Okay, now we move on and we include it in our analysis. When we see that the actual clinical significance in the examples I'm thinking of, but biological significance, it just isn't there. So I just wanted to make sure that was captured.
Thank you.
I look forward to that paper, Dr. Burgon. That's very nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, and we'll need to add that to the list of citations to provide EPA with.
Absolutely.
Okay, Dr. Ryer-Powder?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I quickly brought up the study and they do statistical analysis and they do describe it. I didn't have time in that brief 4 seconds to actually digest the information, but the information is there. So as a group or Dr. Darrison or someone can go ahead and take a look at that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Anybody else from the committee? EPA, any clarifying questions?
This is Ali Shati, EPA. We don't have any clarifying questions at this time. However, we may have some questions at the conclusion of 13B once we've gone through the subsections. So,
okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Okay, let's move to charge question BII. And again, take a moment to read the introductory material. Okay, EPA, if you would read the charge into the record.
Thank you, Dr. Gentry. This is Ali Shohati with EPA, reading charge question 13BII into the record. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of uncertainties underlying the potential selection of deriving a POD from Barnes et al. 1985.
Okay, thank you. And again, I'll turn it over to Dr. Dorson.
Thank you. Okay, so again, the Barnes et al. Is an alternative to some of the other studies that we've talked about before. Makes for a possible alternative for a liver-based point of departure. It's a high-quality 90-day study using mice to assess drinking water exposure, so it's an oral study, and measured clinical chemistry revealing increased serum liver enzyme activities. These changes suggest possible liver stress caused by chlorinated solvents. However, confidence in the result is limited for several reasons. Observed changes in enzyme levels were generally small and often lacked consistent accompanying changes in liver weight or histopathology. These enzyme alterations may indicate adaptive metabolic response instead of clear evidence of adverse liver toxicity. Moreover, liver effects were generally not found in the DuPont Haskell lab, that's the study we just talked about, the inhalation study, or the NTP study we're going to talk about after this one. Thus a point of departure based on Barnes might be considered a traditional conservative alternative to the critical effect if the immune database that SHOP espouses is viewed as too uncertain. But if EPA chooses this, EPA is going to need to provide a clear justification for the mild hepatic effects. In fact, it appears, continuing these mild hepatic effects, it appears as if histopathology was actually not conducted in the study. So it actually remains unknown, at least the way our group read it, whether the serum liver enzyme changes, increased serum alkyl phosphatase, that's one of the enzymes. There's no histopathology to back that up. There's also a lacking of dose response. The highest level of enzyme changes at the mid dose. So are with or without a pathological correlate. So since there was no overt liver toxicity observed in Barnes et al. Study, it may not be a useful study for point of departure derivation. I mean, if EPA is going to use it, there's a lot of caveats they need to build in. Now, we briefly talked about, in this charge, the NTP was briefly mentioned. The NTP study was a feeding study. That's good. Conducted on mice and rats with average daily doses of 190 at the low end, I think all the way to 1580, actually up to 3,000 milligram per kilogram per day. And the liver weights of female rats exposed to these high levels were significantly greater than those of the vehicle controls. The absolute kidney weights of males exposed to 25,000 parts per million of diet, 1,540 milligram per kilogram, or 50,000 parts per million of diet, which is the limit dose. That's 5% of the diet. Toxicologists don't go more than 5% of the diet, or 50,000 ppm, because it starts to impact the nutritional requirements of the experimental animal. So the absolute kidney weights were significantly decreased. The authors state that no gross or macroscopic lesions were observed in rats or mice that could be attributed to trans-1,2-dichloroethylene exposure. So regarding strengths, the NTP study is currently used for EPA's IRIS evaluation. That was probably done a few years ago when I was there. The study used males and females with 2 rodent species, was conducted for 90 days, another good 90-day study, evaluated multiple endpoints. Clinical chemistry and pathology were included in the study. The liver was the most consistently affected organ. Again, liver toxicity here. As such, the study would support a benchmark dose as opposed to a single NOAEL derived from the Barnes et al. Study. So what's our recommendation? Based on what you've heard, the Barnes et al. Study could be used, but it doesn't appear to be a reasonable alternative to the Shop et al. Nor the Haskell lab studies. The NTP 2002 is another good alternative to the Shop et al. Study. Remember, Shop was oral, so is NTP. NTP, since this study was also an oral exposure. And minority opinions at this point, I don't think we have them because most of our folks are agreeing that there's a number of difficulties with this particular study. And with that, I'll open it up to my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Barranco.
I have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Thompson.
Nothing to add. Thanks.
Okay, Dr. Ryer Powder.
I have nothing to add either.
Okay, Dr. Klonick.
I have nothing to add.
So, okay, I'll open it up to the committee. Anything else to add? I don't see any hands. So we'll go to EPA for any clarifying questions.
This is Ali Shahati with EPA. EPA does not have any clarifying questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we will move on to charge question BIII. Excuse me, 13 BIII. So here is the introductory material to read through. Okay, EPA, will you read that charge into the record, please?
Okay, thank you. Ali Shahati with EPA. Reading charge question 13 BIII into the record. Considering your comments on charge questions 13 BI through II, please comment on the extent to which this World Health Organization JMPR guidance on when not to derive PODs may be relevant and appropriate for repeated exposure to trans-1,2-dichloroethylene. Thank you.
Thank you for reading that into the record. And again, Dr. Dowson.
Okay, so this was fun. I think our group had a good time engaging with this question. The World Health Organization joint meeting of the pesticide residue group, and I had the pleasure of doing that twice, and it's a stunningly smart group. I don't know actually how I got invited, but we'll keep that for another time. Their guidance is useful for determining when chronic or acute points of departure may or may not be necessary. And that goes to the previous dose of 50,000 parts per million of diet. If you go up to 5% of the diet and you don't get any adverse effects, do we need to do anything else? That's what they're asking. Now, this is especially when the high dose repeated or single exposure studies show no significant toxicity or genotoxic concerns and no toxicologically relevant metabolites. And this is what they're basically going for. No convincing evidence of genotoxicity, relatively high, no observed adverse effect levels, and limited progressive target organ toxicity. So it's a good idea. However, the direct application of this guidance may be limited due to the presence of immune effects in this database, even though the SHOP study is kind of being put aside, such as antibody forming cell AFC suppression occurring at relatively low benchmark dose levels, decreases in lymphocyte counts, and changes in liver enzyme levels, which all happen below the typical limit doses. They're happening below 50,000 parts per million of diet. Even though the biological significance of some of these findings is uncertain, as we've already went over today and yesterday. So the committee is advising that the adverse effects noted in toxicology studies at limit doses should not necessarily be dismissed, but rather considered in combination with the reasonably expected exposure of the receptor being evaluated. As per WHO guidelines, actually. So we're advising that the same rationale would apply to an acute dose eliciting adverse effects above the limit dose. Again, these limit doses are built for a reason because we're using experimental animals, and there's only so much you can give them before you don't get useful results. Let's see. Now we have a couple alternatives, and this is the fun part. A conservative alternative is to assume a limit dose, NOEL, of 1,000 milligram per kilogram per day was established in mice. An allometric scaling of this dose would result in an HED of 143, to which a composite uncertainty factor of 30 could be used, resulting in an RFD of 5 milligram per kilogram per day, which is pretty high. Professor Haber talked yesterday about, hey, do we need a database uncertainty factor? That could be contemplated here because of these immune effects that are sort of kicking around at perhaps lower doses. Another alternative is simply to use the TTC, the threshold of toxicological concern approach of the World Health Organization. Given the apparent low toxicity, within this approach, there's a Kramer class 1 value of 30 milligram per kilogram per day could be used. Divide by your typical 100 uncertainty factor, it gives you 0.03. In other words, it's kind of in the range of the prior. Alternatively, the Food and Drug Administration of the US government has an extended decision tree tool, which is based on the TTC. That's another thing that could be applied by EPA. So again, it may be appropriate not to derive a repeat dose point of departure when there are no effects at the extremely high levels of exposure. But the committee is saying, I think the saying is that that we should look at what JMPR is doing, but weigh all these other effects into consideration and maybe use the highest point of departure as the basis of your safety assessment. That's reasonable. Maybe with the use of an additional uncertainty factor for database considerations. So here's a specific recommendation. EPA's point of departure should not be disregarded solely on the basis of JMPR guidance. EPA should consider this guidance as informative rather than definitive. They should focus on endpoints below typical limit doses, utilizing benchmark dose modeling whenever possible, and apply transparent uncertainty factors concerning data limitations, biological significance, cross-species variations, things that EPA routinely considers. EPA may also want to consider alternative approaches like TTC or the FDA decision tree. And I think there were no minority opinions. We were all happy to work on this, and we will probably, have some tweaks to the text that I've read from, and that's appropriate. And with that, I'll open it up to my colleagues.
Thank you. Dr. Baranko.
Nothing more to add.
Okay, Dr. Thompson.
Yeah, I really don't have much more to add there other than I do think that a strict interpretation of that guidance and jumper guidance would suggest that we essentially do nothing here. Whereas I do think some of the alternatives there to at least do something with that limit dose would be, consistent with EPA's charge for, public health.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ryer Powder.
I have nothing to add. That was great.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Klonick.
No, nothing to add.
Okay. Well, I think we're at a good place maybe to stop for lunch and come back and finish this charge question subparts at that point. And I did not ask EPA for clarifying questions, excuse me, on that sub question.
Thank you, Dr. Gentry. Currently, EPA, this is Ali Shawty with EPA. We currently don't have any clarifying questions, but if there is anything, we'll revisit them after lunch.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I think we'll take an hour for lunch. And I guess everybody stay logged in, and I will see you again in an hour. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I thought I'll first take the roll this afternoon, and then I wanted to kind of talk about our schedule for the rest of the day. Again, I'm Allison Jenkins. So, Dr. Gentry, are you here?
I am. Thank you.
Great. Dr. Apte.
Present.
Dr. Baker.
I am here.
No. Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Dr. Baranko.
I'm here.
Great. Dr. Burgoon.
I'm here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Dr. Chen.
I'm here.
Good. Dr. Dorson.
Hello.
Dr. Ike. Hello. I don't think she is here this afternoon. Dr. Fong.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Garvey.
I'm here.
Good. Dr. Lee.
Good afternoon. I'm here.
Good afternoon. Dr. Ryer Powder.
Excuse me. Yes, I'm here.
Good, thank you. Dr. Sommel, I don't think she is here either. Dr. Shin?
I'm here.
Good. Dr. Tanzel?
Present. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Dr. Thompson?
I'm here.
Good. Mr. Wright? Don't think he's here today, this afternoon.
Yeah, for this afternoon.
Okay. Dr. Haber?
I'm here.
Good. Dr. Klonig?
Here.
Dr. Niemeyer?
Here.
And Dr. Osemitz?
Present.
Good. So what our plans are this afternoon are to, finish up with charge question 13 and then go on to charge questions 14, 15, 16, and then end the day with charge question 11. So things may shift still, but I think that's what we are planning to do. So I know we left off with charge question 13 C, I believe. And so we will continue with that one. If EPA could put it up, there it is. And then folks could read that on the screen, and then if EPA could read the charge, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. It's Ali Shawati with EPA, and I will be reading charge question 13C into the record. In light of your comments in charge questions 13A and B, please comment on the strengths and limitations of EPA's approach for applying a POD derived from a subchronic study to chronic exposures for trans-1,2-dichloroethylene, including how the draft human health and environmental hazard assessment for trans-1,2-dichloroethylene characterizes differences in confidence for different durations. Thank you.
We'll go to our lead discussant, Dr. Dorson. Again, thank you.
Okay. The overall question here is, does EPA's route-to-route extrapolation need to be adjusted? And we've got obviously some comments. We'll start. The EPA route-to-route approach for trans-1,2-DCE is scientifically sound and aligns with regulatory practices. especially considering that complete route-to-route repeated dose data are unavailable. The toxicokinetics for both oral and inhalation routes are reasonably well characterized, with adjustments through PBPK modeling or default dosimetric methods can facilitate transparent assessments across routes. However, confidence in this approach is limited due to several factors: sparse data on dermal toxicity and toxicokinetics, uncertainties regarding route-specific absorption and first pass metabolism, and uncertainties in dermal uptake and internal dosimetry. Additionally, there's no validated PBPK model, and potential route-specific effects such as inhalation irritation or neurotoxicity, those things, those lack, will be complicating the assessments. As a result, confidence in extrapolating from oral to inhalation exposure is moderate to high, despite some of these caveats, especially when we have a direct 90-day POD support. So, you know, we have these 4 90-day studies and 1 inhalation, 3 oral. So we've got some confidence here. Confidence is lower for dermal exposure and for chronic versus intermediate duration values. I mean, doing that, you know, a PBPK model for both adds different uncertainty. Furthermore, and this is more or less in addition to the lack of some dermal confidence here, given the low dermal absorption in trans-DCE noted in human skin, and the particular values we got from the TDCE consortium, I believe a couple days ago, the percent absorption was 0.43 to 1.43%. So this low dermal absorption relative to presumed 100% oral absorption in orally dosed rodents, for instance, in the Shop et al. Study, due to the absence of any oral uptake studies in rodents available for reference. So we're assuming this 100%, you know, based on the Shop study, but, you know, we don't really have uptake studies in rodents. So the committee is advising the agency that additional consideration should have been given to the chronic dermal HEC value to compensate for the expected reduced systemic exposure in dermally exposed people versus that expected in orally dosed rodents that are exhibiting systemic toxicity. One further comment here. EPA is supplying a default oral to inhalation and oral to dermal route-to-route extrapolation. So the chronic inhalation uncertainty factor uses 10 for oral to inhalation, 10 for subchronic to chronic, and an assumption of 100% absorption via the oral and inhalation route. This approach appears to be inconsistent with the evaluation for 1,1,2-trichloroethane, which uses PBPK modeling, and the evaluation of trans-EDB, which uses a PBPK risk calculator. So what's our recommendation? Well, confidence in extrapolating from oral to inhalation exposure, or the reverse, in general is moderate to high. We've done this a number of times, especially if you got a PBPK model and you've got direct 90-day POD support. In other words, going from the DuPont inhalation study to an oral study. Well, we've got 3 subchronic oral studies. So that's the comparable POD support. Confidence is lower for dermal exposure given the low dermal absorption of trans-DCE noted in human skin, you know, the values I gave before. EPA should give additional consideration to the chronic dermal HEC value to compensate for the expected reduced systemic exposure in dermally exposed people versus, you know, the rodent studies. And of course, confidence is reduced if you're going to do route-to-route extrapolation in combination with route-to-route and subchronic to chronic extrapolation. So I'm going to, at this point, there doesn't appear to be any minority opinions here. I think I could write this up as a good summary, but I'm going to open it up for my colleagues to add to or subtract from what I said.
Thanks, Dr. Dorson. Okay, let's go to the associate discussants. First, Dr. Baranko. Anything to
nothing
add?
more to add.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Thompson.
Nothing to add or subtract.
Dr. Ryer Powder.
And nothing to add. Thank you.
And Dr. Klonick. Anything to add, Dr. Klonick? Well, I can circle back to Dr. Klonick. Now, does EPA have any clarifying questions on this one, or it was kind of my understanding you wanted to wait until the end of the 13 sub questions?
So this is Ali Shawati with EPA. EPA is just a clarification regarding this charge question. We wanted to just confirm that the recommendation provided by the SACC is for charge question 13C, as it appears it may be for charge question 13D, which has not been read into the record. We just wanted to get clarification, as charge question 13C refers to duration and not route-to-route extrapolation. Just that's the clarifying point we have at this time. Thank you.
Dr. Dorson?
Well, I'm reading from our SharePoint. Let me just 13A. I could have got that wrong. It won't be the first time I've made that mistake, gentle people. Am I on? I am on. Okay. So I'm looking at SharePoint. And which did we read into the record? I've got.
This was for 13C.
Okay, I'm looking here.
I think I can help with this.
Please.
Go ahead.
What Dr. Dorson was mentioning when referencing the TDCE Consortium 2023 study, that is applicable to the next charge question, not the ongoing charge question. So
okay, I do think I see the mistake. And I apologize. Let me just make sure we're back to the charge question. Is it starting use of subchronic points at departure, points to evaluate chronic risks? Is that the charge question? I believe it is. Correct?
Yes, please comment on the strengths and limitations of EPA's approach for applying a POD derived from a subchronic study to chronic exposures for trans 1,2-dichloroethylene.
How did I miss this? I so apologize. Okay. Okay, let me just back up. Okay, so the overall, again, folks, I apologize. The SharePoint has obviously got a glitch in it.
Just
because I had this under. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So, okay, the question is very basic. The study on which a point of departure is based is subchronic in duration. So the question is, should EPA use an uncertainty factor or extrapolate, to chronic duration? Okay, so using subchronic points of departure to evaluate chronic risks for chemicals in general, or trans 1,2-DCE, it's reasonable approach and aligns with EPA guidelines. I mean, there's numerous examples where people have done this, not just EPA, everybody else, a lot of other people, when you don't have chronic studies. The available 90-day studies, of which we have 4, represent our best available data, and it's possible to apply duration-related uncertainty factors. Now, some groups like ATSTR do not do this. Other groups do. EPA defaults to 10, which many of us have used. Other people would suggest other values. We had some public comments suggesting 2 or 3. Those are the average difference between subchronic and chronic is about 2 or 3. So you can see there's reason for that kind of thinking. But in general, it's an appropriate thing. And given that there's no known chronic study via any route of administration, the committee's agreeing per EPA guidelines to extrapolate from a 90-day to a chronic study with an uncertainty factor is not inappropriate. So what is our recommendation here? And I can't apologize. I glossed right over this. So EPA should review available data to judge the change in the no observed adverse effect level or its concentration of the critical effects from shorter term, that is like the 14-day studies, to longer term, the 90-day studies, as an indication of potential change in no observed effect level or its concentration from subchronic to chronic durations. EPA does this routinely. You look at the data and see, do we have a trend over time of decreasing no observed or low observed adverse effect concentration or dose? Now, if we have that trend, it builds a case for a factor going from subchronic to chronic. If you don't see this trend, or if you do, if it's flat with cholinesterase inhibition, often it's just the trend is flat, you can use less than a default factor of 10. But if you don't see these kinds of, if you don't have that kind of information to build the case for something other than a default of 10, the default in lieu of specific data is not unreasonable. Again, people do it all the time. And I think we're pretty much aligned on that. So now I'll ask my committee to add or subtract to the correct question. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Associate discussants, Dr. Barranco, any additions to that 413C?
No additions. Thank you.
Dr. Thompson?
No, I think that was quite clear.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Ryer-Powder?
I have no additions.
Okay, Dr. Klonig?
No additions, no comments.
Okay, great, thank you.
And Allison, sorry, I'll just add that Dr. Joe Ryder-Power gave a really good table that we read into the record yesterday about the things that EPA already does consider, but it lays it out very nicely so that the rest of the committee and our public can understand those kind of considerations. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, now, does EPA have any more clarifying questions for 13C? Oh, I see I'm sorry, go back to the committee. The rest of the committee, and I see Dr. Haber has some comments. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. So I agree with Dr. Dorson 100% that if there are data that inform whether there is progression with increasing duration, that should be used. I just wanted to add a little bit with regard to the retrospective studies that have been done on what that ratio is between points of departure for subchronic to chronic. So Dr. Dorson appropriately noted that the average is in the range of 2 to 3. And I just wanted to add that the 95th percentile is in the range of 10. And that's how we got the, at least part of how we got the default factor of 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thanks for that. Mm-hmm. Any other committee members have anything they want to add on 13C? Not seeing any. Any other questions from EPA on 13C?
Ali Shahati with EPA. We currently do not have any clarifying questions for 13C at this time. Thank you.
Okay, great. You're welcome. Okay, let's move to 13D, which is the last sub-question for question 13.
Okay, good afternoon. This is Ali Shahati with EPA, reading charge question 13D into the record. Please comment on the strengths and limitations of EPA's approach for using route-to-route extrapolation for trans-1,2-dichloroethylene for intermediate and chronic exposure durations, including any adjustments for uncertainty in the extrapolations, and how the draft human health and environmental hazard assessment for trans-1,2-dichloroethylene characterizes differences in confidence for different routes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go back to Dr. Dorson for 13D again.
Oh gosh, yes. Well, all right. The basic question here is, does EPA's route-to-route extrapolation need to be adjusted? And without belaboring the point, I can read this in again, or I could give the recommendation. What do you advise, Madam Chair?
I would read it in again.
Okay.
That would be my recommendation.
All right. So EPA's route-to-route extrapolation approach for this particular chemical and other chemicals in general is scientifically sound and aligns with our practice, regulatory practices, EPA's practice, lots of people. Especially considering that a complete route-specific repeated dose data are generally unavailable on certain routes like the dermal. The toxicokinetics for both oral and inhalation routes are reasonably well characterized, and adjustments through PBPK modeling or default dosimetric methods can facilitate these route-to-route conversions. Now, there is some caveats. However, confidence in the approach is limited due to several factors. There's, first of all, sparse data on dermal toxicity and kinetics in the experimental animals, uncertainties regarding route-specific absorption and first-pass metabolism. So if it gets absorbed in the dermal, it doesn't have the first pass in the liver like it does after oral, and uncertainties in dermal uptake and internal dosimetry. Additionally, there's no validated PBPK model and potential route-specific effects such as inhalation, irritation, or neurotoxicity. This is just going to complicate the assessment. As a result, confidence in the extrapolation for oral inhalation in general can be moderate to high. In this case, especially with direct 90-day POD support. In other words, we have 4 subchronic studies, 1 inhalation, 3 oral. If you're going to do route-to-route, you can go from inhalation to oral, and if that seems to fit, then you go inhalation to dermal. Confidence is lower for dermal exposure and for chronic versus intermediate duration values, however, particularly when combining route-to-route extrapolation with the subchronic to chronic extrapolation from a PBPK model. Now, public comments gave us some insight. Given the low dermal absorption of trans-DCE noted in human skin, and this is information from the TDCE consortium, part of the public comments we got on, I think on Monday, where absorption from a neat application of this chemical, so just solidly the chemical, was 0.43 to 1.43%. And that's relative to the presumed 100% absorption in orally dosed rodents. And we're assuming that because we don't really have any good or appropriate oral uptake studies in rodents available for reference. So what our group is advising is that the agency give additional consideration to this chronic dermal human equivalent concentration, HEC, versus that expected in the orally dosed rodents. Furthermore, it appears that EPA applied a default oral to inhalation and oral to dermal route to route extrapolation. The chronic inhalation uncertainty factor uses 10. We've talked about that in the previous question. For oral to inhalation, 10 for subchronic to chronic, and an assumption of 100% absorption via the oral or inhalation route. and I made a mistake here. 10 for oral to inhalation route that we didn't talk about the previous time. It was the 10 for subchronic to chronic. So that approach, 10 for oral to inhalation route, 10 for subchronic to chronic, and the assumption 100%, that approach is inconsistent with the evaluation for 112 trichloroethane, which uses the PBPK model, and the evaluation of EDB, ethylene dibromide, which uses a PBPK risk calculator. So what do we conclude or recommend? Well, in general, confidence in extrapolating from oral to inhalation route or the reverse is moderate to high, especially if you got a good PBPK model and direct 90-day POD support. Confidence is lower for dermal exposure given the low dermal absorption of trans-DCE noted in human skin. EPA should give additional consideration to this human equivalent concentration value to compensate for the expected reduced systemic exposure in dermally exposed humans versus the expected orally dosed rodents exhibiting toxicity. And with that, I'll reopen comments to my team.
Thank you, Dr. Dorson. Dr. Baranko,
Nothing to add.
Dr. Thompson,
Nothing to add this time.
Dr. Ryer-Powder,
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Dr. Klonig.
Nothing to add.
Great, thank you. The rest of the committee, does anybody have anything to add on charge question 13D? Not seeing any. I'm going to go to EPA because there may be clarification questions or information needed for 13 and maybe some of the other subparts besides D, but I want to check with y'all.
Thank you. This is Ali Shahati with EPA. Currently, we don't have any clarifying questions at this time for this charge question or any of the prior charge questions we had discussed earlier. So thank you.
Oh, okay. Great. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move to charge question 14. And if EPA could put that on the screen and give folks a minute or two to read through this one and then read the charge into the record.
Hi, this is Karen Eisenreich of the EPA, reading question 14 into the record. Please comment on EPA's preliminary conclusion and the associated strengths and characterization of uncertainties related to the recap evaluation. Please include in your comments a consideration of trans-1,2-dichloroethylene's unique metabolism and EPA's preliminary conclusion that structural analogs besides the cis isomer are not sufficiently toxicologically similar for appropriate read across. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to the lead discussant for 14, Dr. Dorson again. Thank you.
Okay, so the basic question here is EPA's recent use of recap as an organizing tool to evaluate carcinogenicity is being considered for trans-1,2-dichloroethylene. Is this reasonable? And some of the thoughts are the EPA's application of recap weight of evidence framework to trans-DCE is scientifically justified and supports the preliminary conclusion that a quantitative cancer assessment is unnecessary. This conclusion is based primarily on negative genotoxicity results, minimal formation of reactive metabolites, the absence of pre-neoplastic lesions in subchronic studies, only marginal concerns regarding carcinogenicity from in silico models, and a lack of strong mechanistic evidence for carcinogenicity. Additionally, this conclusion is reinforced by trans-DCE's unique metabolism, which appears to involve limited bioactivation to carcinogenic metabolites. However, it is important to maintain that only a moderate level of confidence in this assessment, because there is currently no dedicated chronic or lifetime carcinogenicity bioassay available. Furthermore, the toxicokinetic and mechanistic data are also limited. Subchronic studies may not detect late developing or threshold-based carcinogenic processes, and marginal computational alerts introduce some residual uncertainty. Thus, while EPA's conclusion is reasonable within the context of recap, the agency should clearly state that the concern for cancer is low based on the current weight of evidence. Also, the credibility and confidence in the assessment could be markedly improved by more closely following the recap framework and broader evaluation of the evidence. For example, the recap framework recommends explicitly considering several potential cancer modes of action in the analysis. These modes can involve different target organs, and it would be useful to explicitly address immune suppression, endocrine disruption, cytotoxicity as potential modes of action, and consider any relevant findings. When evaluating the literature, in this case, liver effects, it is furthermore important to consider the overall findings and focus on consistencies in the overall findings between studies being evaluated. It is important to also understand the endpoints being measured within the context of the adverse effect. The recommendation, basically, the committee agrees with EPA's use of recap with the additional considerations stated above. And again, from a personal point of view, well, it's good to start moving into new NAM work as we approach the risk assessment of these chemicals. I know EPA has a policy decision on trying to get out of the use of animals. This is one step forward. Let's take that step. But we have some uncertainties to make sure we're doing it's a good step to take. And with that, I'll open up. Have I got anything else here? Wait a minute. I'm just reading some additional stuff here. Sorry. Well, let me read it here. This was a late edition. It's a really good one, and it reflects the team's thinking. EPA clarify whether considerations of potential read-across analogs was limited to toxic chemicals with finalizing or ongoing evaluations. If so, consider whether a broader universe of chemicals contains any appropriate analogs. So that's another caveat that EPA should consider. Thank you very much. I'll open it up for my teammates.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that was one of the specific parts of the charge, that last part that you read in, so I appreciate that. Let's go to Dr. Burgoon on this one.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Apte.
Yeah, hi. I have a couple of things I think to add. One of the things that EPA says is that not all parts of the recap framework were applied, and so they should explain this better, what parts were applied and what parts were left out and why that choice was made. I didn't really understand what that meant. And in the uncertainties part, EPA's own 2010 IRIS toxicological review of 1,2-dichloroethylene addressed an identical underlying data gap, no chronic bioassay for either cis or trans isomers, and concluded inadequate information to assess the carcinogenic potential of trans 1,2-dichloroethylene, applying the same classification to the cis isomer. So the inadequate information is itself a formal category under the EPS 2005 cancer guidelines reserved for exactly this kind of data absent situation. And this is basically materially different than more neutral designation that carcinogenic effects are not expected, which is kind of plain, or a quantitative risk assessment is not warranted. So these are two different ways of saying things. The operative language, which is in this current draft, is the latter one. And this discrepancy needs to be resolved. Why the same absence of chronic and cancer specific data evaluated under the same governing 2005 guideline now supports a materially more reassuring characterization than it did in EPA's own 2010 review, and whether the recap weight of evidence exercise is functioning in effect as a substitute for the inadequate information designation that EPA's own practice has otherwise indicate that there is more appropriate category here. So that was a concern in the sense that there is a historical precedence for this, and the guidelines are clear, so why not use that? So that was one of my comments.
Thank you,
Dr.
Dr.
Abdi.
Abdi. Dr. Lee?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
You're welcome. Dr. Haber?
Nothing to add.
Dr. Klonig? Anything to add?
Just a comment. I think Dr. Durson did a good job summarizing it. But as we move into, and I would argue this is a new approach, and we don't use as many animals, at least with the EPA, with the chemical side of it. Now, if you look at pharma is still doing animal studies because of their concerns about health effects. And I'm not saying the EPA isn't, but we're going to need to be very concerned or careful on what data we utilize and making sure we use all the data available and be very diligent as far as evaluation of the data as these new techniques come out.
Thank you for that. What about the rest of the committee? Anything to add for this recap framework? Not seeing any. I was going to add too that I've been involved with a few charge questions regarding recap in the last couple of assessments, and yeah, very similar comments that we were in support of it with a few additions, but I really applauded EPA into moving into this direction. So now I'm going to go to EPA and ask if there's
Ms.
any.
Jenkins?
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Abdi.
I have one more comment about the read across that I kind of want to make. The EPA stated rationale for declining the read across for structurally related chlorinated ethylene such as vinyl chloride, trichloroethylene. It is actually quite precise than what is implied, and just want to give some credit to EPA, I guess, here. The trans 1,2-dichloroethylene undergoes CYP-mediated suicide inhibition. It is irreversible, dose and time dependent inactivation of its own metabolic enzymes, which produces a nonlinear relationship between the external dose duration and internal metabolite exposure at the site of action. This is a very specific, mechanistically distinct toxicokinetic feature, which is not shared in some of the other, chlorinated ethylenes. The same. It's not the same. A self-limiting way by which, say, trichloroethylene or vinyl chloride, where oxidative bioactivation is not actually self-inactivating. So these are different things, right? And so this provides a genuinely defensible chemical-specific reason to be cautious about borrowing dose response data from those structural analogs. They're not exactly similarly behaving in the metabolic pathways. And so I think that should be maybe incorporated in the discussion so it becomes stronger to support the decline of data cross.
Thank you, Dr. Apte. Any other comments to add about this charge question from the panel? Not seeing any. We'll go to EPA and ask if they have any clarifying questions. Charge question 14.
Hi, this is Karen Eisenreich, EPA. We do not have any clarifying questions for charge question 14. Thank you.
You're welcome. With that, we'll go on to charge question 15. If EPA could put charge question, now 15 has A and B, and this has a lot of text in the, so I'll give you a minute or so to read through that.
Hello, this is Sabrina Alam from US EPA. I am now reading charge question 15 on record. Please comment on the relevance of this data set as the basis for risk estimates for the 3 OESs identified. Include in your response recommendations for additional data sources or lines of evidence that may be considered to inform exposure estimates for these OESs.
Thank you for that. And I was reminded that because the charge questions are so long that we are asking members of the public and others participating in the meeting to read the unbolded text or refer to the meeting agenda or the charge questions that are in the public docket. So after EPA read that, we're going to go to the lead discussant, Dr. Baker, for charge question 15A response.
Yes, perfect. Hello, this is Marissa Baker from the SACC. So the historical ethylene dibromide monitoring data remain the best available chemical specific and worker activity specific exposure data for the identified occupational exposure scenarios, the OESs. Because these data consist of measurements collected during the specific worker activities being evaluated, the committee feels they provide a stronger empirical basis for exposure estimation than generic exposure models or surrogate chemical data. EPA further strengthened the relevance of these data by selecting measurements corresponding to the worker activities associated with each OES. However, these data have important limitations, and the EPA knows this. The measurements were collected more than 40 years ago. Many originated from facilities that are no longer operating, and ethylene dibromide is no longer manufactured domestically. The principal uncertainty is whether the historical facilities, work practices, and exposure determinants are representative of current operations. Since these studies were conducted, it is presumed that changes in engineering controls, process automation, ventilation, enclosure, and work practices may have substantially altered worker exposures. As such, the historical monitoring data should be interpreted as a representative distribution of contemporary worker exposures unless sufficient information exists to demonstrate, the historical monitoring data should not be interpreted as a representative distribution of contemporary exposures unless sufficient information exists to demonstrate comparability. Where possible, EPA should evaluate the contextual information associated with each measurement, including sample type, whether it's breathing zone or area sample, task and job category, sampling duration, material concentration, process throughput, degree of enclosure and automation, ventilation, respiratory protection, which would impact intake but not exposure, importantly, analytical methods, treatment of non-detects, quality assurance procedures, and whether the samples represented routine operation or non-routine activities, such as maintenance or spill response. Where this information is unavailable, that uncertainty should be explicitly described. EPA should also avoid pooling measurements across substantially different tasks or operating conditions solely to increase sample size, and should distinguish true exposure variability from uncertainty regarding the representativeness of the historical data. So thus, the committee agrees that the historical monitoring data should be retained, but should be interpreted within a broader weight of evidence framework. Additional lines of evidence that could strengthen the exposure assessment include current or recent workplace monitoring data from importers, repackagers, formulators, laboratory users, waste management operations, and other facilities handling ethylene dibromide, facility-specific information on process conditions, enclosure, ventilation, transfer methods, task frequency, and worker time spent at the source, and task-based monitoring during activities likely to produce short-duration exposure peaks, such as container transfers, sampling, equipment cleaning, maintenance, and spill response. Where those contemporary monitoring data are unavailable, analogous monitoring data from comparable worker activities involving volatile halogenated liquids may provide useful supporting information if differences in volatility, vapor pressure, concentration, transfer rates, and other exposure determinants are explicitly considered. Mechanistic exposure models, including near field, far field, or mass balance approaches, could provide an additional independent line of evidence and should be compared with the historical monitoring data to evaluate consistency. Sensitivity analyses comparing conclusions based on historical measurements alone, modeling alone, and a combined weight of evidence approach would also improve confidence in the assessment. The committee has identified two potential data sources for EPA to consider. So first, OSHA has the right to any monitoring data collected from any employer under its jurisdiction. The substance being monitored need not be covered by an OSHA standard. Many employers are willing to share data with EPA, but if data from an unwilling employer would be critical to a risk evaluation, OSHA could obtain it. While this would require a high degree of cooperation between agencies, and OSHA may not have the legal authority to turn over employer-generated data to another agency, EPA may still wish to explore this option for this and subsequent risk evaluations. All right, and for an easier data source, EPA may wish to consider one additional historical source of chemical-specific exposure information that does not appear to have been included. The National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, NIOSH, conducted a health hazard evaluation at Houston Chemical Company in Beaumont, Texas. This is contemporaneous with the monitoring data already considered, and therefore shares many of the same limitations, but it still is an additional information source relevant to evaluating occupational exposures to ethylene dibromide. So following that, we have 5 recommendations for the EPA that all reached consensus in our group. So the first is to retain the historical ethylene dibromide monitoring data as the primary basis for exposure estimation and explicitly characterize their limitations. The second, if available or if able, document contextual information associated with the historical monitoring data. So sampling methods, worker activities, engineering controls that were present, process characteristics, and other exposure determinants if known. Our suggestion is this could be added to Table 5-5. Our third recommendation is to supplement the historical monitoring data with additional contemporary lines of evidence where available, and they might not be, to evaluate the robustness of the exposure estimates. And a kind of sub-recommendation here is to explore whether this could be possible to obtain either directly from employers or via OSHA. Our fourth recommendation, evaluate the referenced health hazard evaluation report that I mentioned and incorporate relevant evidence into the occupational exposure assessment. And our final recommendation is just a reminder to the agency to not consider changes in PPE practices or respiratory protection programs as impacting the exposure that workers would have. It would impact worker intake, but not exposure. In particular, in line 3033 in the ethylene dibromide chemical fate and exposure assessment document, respiratory protection is kind of listed with exposure changes. So we wanted to comment on that. That concludes our remarks from our subgroup.
Thank you for that well-organized response. Let's go to the associate discussants. Mr. Wright.
I don't think he's here this afternoon.
Oh, is he? I'm sorry.
Mr. Wright,
right. Thank you. Dr. Sommel, and I don't think she's here either this afternoon. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Garvey, anything else to add?
No, that was a great summary. I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Dr. Tansel.
Nothing to add. My comments were included. Great job.
Thank you. Dr. Fong.
Nothing to add. Thank you very much, Dr. Baker, for an excellent summary.
Dr. Niemeyer.
Nothing to add. That was a great summary. Thank you.
Now I will open it up to the rest of the committee members for any comments on 15A, ethylene dibromide. Seeing none. Go to EPA to see if they have any clarifying questions or any comments on 15A.
This is Sabrina Alum from US EPA. Thank you, Dr. Baker and Dr. Jenkins. EPA does not have any clarification question at this point.
Okay, great. Let's go to charge question 15B. And again, EPA will put the charge question up. It is up, and then people that are participating can read the unbolded text, and then after a few seconds, EPA will read the charge into the record. And again, all of the charge questions are available in the docket or in the agenda for the meeting. Thank you.
Hi, this is Sabrina Alum from US EPA. I am now reading charge question 15B on record. Considering your response to charge question 15A, please comment on when to diverge from the sequential data hierarchy. For example, when to consider data from multiple levels of the hierarchy concurrently, or when to defer to data that is lower in the hierarchy but is determined to be of higher quality, more relevant, or more applicable, and how multiple lines of evidence should be brought in to inform a risk conclusion when necessary. Please include in your response feedback on what factors should be considered, including but not limited to quantity, quality, relevance, applicability when bringing in multiple lines of evidence.
Thank you for that. We'll go to Dr. Baker again as the lead discussant for 15B.
All right. So EPA's data hierarchy provides an appropriate starting point by prioritizing direct measurement data over modeled estimates. And the committee affirms that direct measurement is better than modeling and more likely to be representative of actual exposure, especially if collected using best industrial hygiene practices. The committee recognizes that all industrial hygiene, personal monitoring, or area monitoring data could be biased, depending on if the work and environmental conditions being measured are representative, or if the monitoring task is not approached ethically. For example, if workers are trying to hide exposure, or if there's an attempt to mislead a compliance officer or consultant, right? But keeping these considerations in mind, the data hierarchy should not be applied rigidly. Rather, the hierarchy should serve as a framework that incorporates a transparent weight of evidence evaluation of data relevance, quality, representativeness, consistency across evidence streams, and uncertainty. When higher ranked data are limited in quantity, quality, or applicability, EPA should consider multiple lines of evidence concurrently, including analogous monitoring data and mechanistic models, to determine whether they collectively provide a more robust basis for exposure estimation. In particular, where monitoring data exists, EPA could also use modeling to validate it. The weight of evidence process should evaluate chemical and activity relevance, temporal applicability to current workplace practices, analytical quality, metadata completeness, statistical robustness, and characterization of uncertainty. Frameworks exist for evaluating the quality and acceptability of exposure data sets. These include the EPA Guidelines for Exposure Assessment, published in 2019, and the American Industrial Hygiene Association's textbook called A Strategy for Assessing and Managing Occupational Exposures, published in 2015. The committee suggests that questions embedded in these frameworks be considered to vet the quality and acceptability of exposure data sets when bringing in multiple lines of evidence. One committee member suggested that where historical monitoring data are used to characterize current occupational exposures, EPA could consider whether improvements in industrial hygiene practices and exposure controls warrant the use of central tendency estimates rather than upper percentile values when those data may no longer be representative of contemporary conditions. However, other committee members feel that using central tendency estimates could underestimate risk, assumes decreased exposure without evidence, and substitutes a different summary statistic rather than addressing the more fundamental issue of whether the historical data are representative of contemporary workplace conditions. Also, industrial hygiene practices and exposure controls, other than product substitution, often do not protect all workers, in particular maintenance workers who enter high exposure areas to do a repair, clean out a clog, or many other tasks. So we did not have consensus on this, and so it is not being presented as one of our recommendations to EPA. We do have 3 recommendations for you, though, that did have consensus amongst our group. So the first is to revise the occupational exposure data hierarchy to function as a flexible framework rather than a rigid decision rule, allowing justified departures when lower ranked evidence is more relevant or representative. Our second is to incorporate a transparent weight of evidence approach that defines evaluation criteria for evidence quality, relevance, representativeness, analytical robustness and uncertainty, and documents how that evidence informs the final exposure estimate. As a sub-recommendation, we recommend consulting the questions in the EPA guidelines for exposure assessment and the AIHA strategies for assessing and managing occupational exposures for some vetted evaluation criteria to consider and incorporate. Our final recommendation: revise the guidance to explicitly support integrating multiple complementary lines of evidence, for example, monitoring data, analogous data, and exposure models, when no single source provides sufficient information. And our sub-recommendation is EPA can use both monitoring and modeling data for the same exposure as a method of validation. That concludes our comments and recommendations for charge question 15B.
Great, thank you very much again for that clear response. Okay, we're going to go to the same associate discussants. So first, Mr. Wright, to see if he has anything else to add.
He's not here this afternoon.
I'm sorry. And neither is Dr. Sommel, but they did provide comments on these on charge question 15. Mr. Garvey, do you have anything else to add?
Nothing else from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Tansel?
Nothing to add. All covered my comments.
And Dr. Niemeyer?
Nothing else to add. These were great comments.
Thank you. Anything else from the rest of the committee? Any other comments on 15B? Not seeing any. I'll go to EPA to see if they have any clarifying questions or any other questions about 15B.
No, thank you, Dr. Baker and Dr. Jenkins. I think the responses were very clear, and EPA does not have any follow-up question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to go into charge question 16. If EPA, this has quite a bit of text, so people participating at home or in the meeting via YouTube can read this introduction, the non-bolded introduction to yourself, or refer to the meeting agenda or charge questions available in the public docket. So we'll give you a minute or so to read this. And I think there'll be another slide, and then EPA will read aloud this specific charge for 16A.
Hi, this is Sabrina Alum from US EPA. I am now reading charge question 16A on record. Please comment on the relevance of use of the AP42 guidance for estimating VOC emissions from petroleum products to estimate ethylene dibromide loading loss, F-gas emissions during refueling events.
Thank you. We're going to go to the lead discussant for 16A and B, Dr. Lee.
So this is Lee, a SACC member. I'm now reading SACC's response to question 16A into record on behalf of our group members. SACC believes that given the constraint posed by the available monitoring data, the use of the AB42 loading loss equation is a scientifically reasonable and defensible starting point for estimating evaporative emissions during AV gas transfer at a screen level. However, the AB42 approach is subject to uncertainty because it was developed to estimate total petroleum VOC emissions rather than direct emission of gas of trace EDB. In addition, there seems to be little or no evaluation of AB42 loading loss estimates against measurements from small aircraft refueling operations. Specifically, the SACC believes the use of AB42 has the following merits. Number one, AB42 is based on the physical processes governing the volatilization during the liquid transfer and is an acceptable regulatory tool for estimating fuel transfer emissions. Number two, AV gas is a petroleum-based fuel containing volatile constituents. Therefore, the approach is appropriate for estimating the total AV gas vapor losses during refueling. Number three, EPA further refines the approach by accounting for the weight fraction, molecular weight, and the vapor pressure of EDB within the AV gas mixture rather than assuming all VOC emissions consist of EDB. At the same time, the SACC believes the use of AB42 has the following limitations and uncertainties. Number one, AB42 was developed primarily for estimating the bulk petroleum VOC emissions and was not specifically designed for trace constituents such as EDB present at approximately 0.07 to 0.1% in AV gas. Number two, the method assumes equilibrium vapor-liquid partitioning and may not fully capture the behavior of minor constituents in complex fuel mixture. Number three, the EPA appropriately acknowledged that its application of AB42 assumed aircraft refueling mimics splash loading of a cargo tank at a small scale, and notes that the blader type aircraft tasks may result in an overestimation. However, the assessment does not appear to evaluate whether the AB42 loading loss equation has been tested against measured vapor emissions from small aircraft refueling. Number four, environmental condition during aircraft refueling, for example, temperature, wind speed, refueling rate, hose configuration, venting, splash loading, vapor release location, aircraft tank geometry can influence the applicability of the cargo tank analogy and the chemical losses. However, they may not be fully represented by the default AB42 assumptions. However, the assessment does not appear to evaluate how these environmental conditions affect emission estimation. So our recommendations are twofold. The first one is EPA should clarify the empirical basis for this extrapolation and consider an analog-based sensitivity analysis using measured gasoline vapor data, such as the numbers from McDermott and Kielani 1978, while recognizing the difference between the tank truck loading and aircraft refueling. Number two, EPA should consider additional empirical refueling monitoring data to improve the confidence in the estimates. That's the end of our response to number 16A.
Thank you for that, Dr. Lee. Now we'll go to the associate discussants. First up, Dr. Shen.
I have none to add.
Thank you. Dr. Tansel.
Nothing to add. Well done.
Mr. Garvey.
Nothing to add, thank you.
Mr. Wright. He's not here. Dr. Niemeyer.
Nothing to add. Great summary.
And also Dr. Baker had to log off, but she did submit her recommendations, and those were incorporated. So now we'll go to EPA to see if there are any clarifying questions for charge question 16A.
Hi, this is Sabrina Alum from US EPA. Thank you, Dr. Lee and Dr. Jenkins. Can the SACC committee provide us the reference ahead of the report through Ali Munir from EPA?
This is Lee. So yes, we will provide you with the reference.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Other than that, we don't have any additional follow-up question at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we will go to charge question 16B. If you could put that on the screen and then read the charge into the record. Thank you.
Hi, this is Sabrina Alum from US EPA. I am now reading charge question 16B on record. Please comment on the application and parameterization of the CEM to estimate inhalation exposure to ethylene dibromide during refueling events.
And our lead discussant again for 16B is Dr. Lee. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is Lee again. I'm now reading SACC's response to question 16B into the record. The SACC believes that applying consumer exposure model or CEM to estimate the inhalation exposure during the refueling process is an innovative and reasonable approach given the absence of occupational or consumer exposure monitoring data. Overall, the primary risk assessment do not indicate that inhalation exposure to EDB during refueling is likely to present a health concern. However, the SACC's primary concern is the analogy between the indoor environment for which CEM was originally developed and the actual outdoor occupational environment that EPA is attempting to represent. Specifically, the SACC believes the use of a CEM has the following merits. Number one, the CEM provides a transparent and reproducible framework for converting emission estimate to inhalation exposure through consideration of breathing zone, volume, air exchange, event duration, and wind speed. The parameterization of the CEM in C24 and the C25 and the table 9.3 are reasonable and consistent for exposure conditions of workers and consumers. Number two, the model allows scenario-specific parameterization and provide estimation of peak breathing zone concentrations during a discrete refueling event. Number three, use of a small breathing zone volume is conservative and protective for estimating short-term peak exposures. These peak air concentrations are subsequently combined with other exposure factors to calculate the final inhalation exposure estimates for workers and consumers. At the same time, the SACC believes the use of CEM has the following limitations and uncertainties. Number one, CEM was originally developed for consumer product exposure assessment in the specific microenvironment of indoor air, and it was not designed for outdoor aviation refueling scenarios. EPA has not provided scientific justifications for extending the model to these different exposure settings or established the condition where the indoor CEM results can be considered representative of outdoor refueling scenarios. Number two, the SACC also raised concern about a specific parameterization in CEM modeling. For example, outdoor dispersion is strongly influenced by the highly variable meteorological conditions that may not be adequately represented by a single wind speed or air exchange parameter. The breathing zone is assumed to be static, that is 0 mph without wind, although all three outdoor scenarios are wind speed. There is also a lack of justification of using 50,000 square feet warehouse to represent the outdoor air. Number three, refueling activities involve worker movement, variable positioning relative to the fuel inlet, and changing wind direction, none of which are easily captured in a simplified near-field model. And number four, the model estimates peak concentrations rather than measured personal breathing zone exposures, and therefore should be viewed as an exposure approximation rather than a validated prediction. In addition, the current occupational exposure modeling identifies aircraft refueling, inhalation, and thermal exposure during fuel sampling as the only scenarios. These scenarios emit plausible variants, such as thermal contact during refueling and spills, inhalation during fuel sampling, fuel handling in poorly ventilated hangars, repeated pre-flight checks, maintenance or cleaning, contaminated gloves or clothing, accompanying passengers or family members, and used by high-frequency pilots. EPA acknowledged that monitoring and quantitative use pattern data are absent, and that key input rely on professional judgment and stakeholder engagement. Under those conditions, a limited scenario set should be supplemented with a transparent bounding case rather than treated as complete. SACC also requires EPA's clarifications on the following issues. Number one, which model was specifically used? PINH1 or PINH2 from the CEM? Number two, can EPA provide model output, or are they just using the equations? This echoes the sentiment of public comments regarding not including the whole assessment, just pieces. It's difficult to discern the impact of these assumptions without seeing the model output. If the model indicates a risk, then the impact of uncertainty regarding assumptions should be reviewed. The SACC also identified an editorial issue. So in section 9.1, the assessment states that the assessment of the AV gas refueling scenario utilized data from current available as 100 low-lead AV gas SDS to accurate replicate outdoor environmental conditions. The SACC does not believe the use of an indoor model to estimate outdoor air with all of the exposure parameters assumptions indicate that the refueling scenario is accurately replicates. Perhaps the language should exclude the accurately quantifier. Our recommendations are twofold. Number one, because the CEM was designed for consumer exposure in enclosed indoor settings, EPA should provide clearer scientific justifications for applying the model to outdoor refueling scenarios and discuss the potential implication of this extrapolation for the reliability of the exposure estimate. Number two, EPA should consider fostering confidence in the resulting exposure estimates through sensitivity analysis for wind speed, breathing zone, volume, refueling duration, and worker position, and ultimately by comparison against the measured monitoring data from actual aircraft refueling operations. So that's bring us to the end of our response to this charge question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for that. We will go to the associate discussants for 16B, Dr. Shin.
I have nothing to add.
Thank you, Dr. Tansel.
I have nothing to add. My comments were stated.
Mr. Garvey.
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
And Dr. Niemeyer.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Baker and Mr. Wright also participated in this charge question, but are not here during this response. Now I wanted to go to the whole committee, and I may have missed going to the whole committee for responses to 16A. And if I did, if anybody has any questions or things to add for 16A or B, please. Seeing none, we'll go to EPA to see if they have any clarifying questions for 16B.
Thank you, Dr. Jenkins. Hi, this is Sabrina Alum from US EPA. Thank you, Dr. Lee. EPA does not have any follow-up questions.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go to charge question 11. So let's give some time to, well, that was quick. Again, EPA has charge question 11 on the screen, but it's also available in the public docket or the agenda. So we'll give a few minutes for people to read charge question 11. And then this one has 3 parts, A, B, and C. So after people read this introductory part, then EPA will read the bolded text into the record. Thank you.
This is Andrew Middleton with EPA. I'm reading in charge question 11A. Please comment on the appropriateness of the parameter values selected as the lower bound, 0 centimeters squared, and the upper bound, 1,070 centimeters squared, for the surface area of 2 hands, and the distribution type, uniform distribution, chosen for skin surface area. Please provide additional references that could be used to inform parameter values and distribution type.
Thank you. So the lead discussant for 11A, B, and C. Dr. Shin, go ahead.
Okay, this is Hyung-Moo Shin, SACC member. The draft EPA documents are internally inconsistent and do not adequately justify the selected distribution. The charge question 11A describes a uniform distribution from 0 to 1,070 centimeters square, while table appendix A-18 and appendix A.8.2.1 reportedly describe 535 to 1,070 centimeters square. And then the accompanying Monte Carlo workbook reportedly uses 0 centimeter square. The committee consistently considered 0 centimeter square inappropriate for a simulated contact event because a 0 value is conceptually inconsistent with an exposure event and creates a simulated event with negligible doses, which can lower central estimate without representing worker variability. The committee also noted that 1,070 centimeter square represents the 50th percentile surface area for both sides of both hands in male adults, rather than a general upper bound across all occupation exposure scenarios. A single uniform distribution does not reflect task-specific contact patterns or the percentile data available in the US EPA Exposure Factors Handbook, although several members recommend replacing or supplementing the uniform distribution. One member considered it a reasonable interim approach given the limited empirical data and substantial uncertainty in exposed skin surface area. During the public preparation meeting on July 23rd, 2016, EPA explained that the 2 ungloved hand scenario was intended to represent a high-end value for all occupational exposure scenarios rather than exposure to the hands alone. However, the committee does not believe this assumption is currently well justified. If EPA intends to use this assumption, it should provide supporting evidence. Likewise, uniform distribution assigns equal probability to partial fingertip contact and near complete wearing of 2 hands without empirical support. Chapter 7, Table 7-12 of EPA's Exposure Factors Handbook provides multiple percentiles that could support an empirical distribution. So using this data, one committee member demonstrated that a log normal distribution closely fits the reported percentiles, while others favored an empirical distribution, a triangular distribution, or scenario-specific discrete categories. As a consensus recommendation, there are 6 recommendations we can provide. First, reconcile the 0 and 535 centimeter square lower bound reported in the charge question table appendix A-18, section 8.8.2.1 and the Monte Carlo workbook. Second, exclude 0 centimeter square from the donor contact events and evaluate scenario-specific discrete categories or triangular, empirical, or fitted distribution informed by percentiles from the Exposure Factors Handbook. Third, replace or supplement the single uniform distribution for exposed skin surface area with occupation exposure scenario specific contact area assumptions. If EPA retains a uniform distribution as an interim approach, clearly identify it as an uncertainty distribution, justify its bounds, and evaluate an alternative distribution in sensitivity analysis. Fifth, conduct a sensitivity analysis for localized hand contact and plausible exposure involving the forearms or contaminated clothing. Six, clearly distinguish distribution representing work availability from those representing parameter uncertainty. That's it.
Thank you. So now I'm going to go to the associate discussants, and both Doctors Baker and Sommel are out this afternoon. So Mr. Garvey, anything to add?
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Dr. Lee?
Nothing to add. Wonderful job.
Dr. Niemeyer?
Yes, nothing to add. Great job. Thank you.
So I'm going to open it up to the rest of the committee to see if you have any comments or anything to add on charge question 11A. Seeing none, we'll go to charge question 11B. So this one has some unbolded text that can be found in the agenda or in the docket that people can read on their own, and then EPA will read the bolded text into the record. Thank you.
This is Andrew Middleton with EPA, reading in charge question 11B. Please comment on the distribution type chosen for dermal load and provide additional references that could be used to inform the distribution type. Please also comment on the appropriateness of using parameters derived from experimental studies using non-volatile compounds, oils, to estimate dermal load for volatile compounds, chlorinated solvents.
Okay, we'll go back to the lead discussant, Dr. Shin.
Okay. The 0.7 to 2.1 milligram per centimeter square per event dermal loading range is not chemical specific. The underlying study used highly viscous non-volatile oils and described its result as screening level, raising uncertainty when extrapolating to a volatile and low viscosity chlorinated solvent. Nevertheless, the values are based on direct measurement on human skin and may remain useful as generic screening level retention factors when task-specific information is unavailable. The views differed on whether this is an acceptable conservative screening assumption or requires replacement or refinement. One member identified a broader dermal exposure literature that could inform lower bound and task-specific loading estimates, but cautioned that differences among sampling method limit direct comparison across our studies. This literature suggests that the central tendency loadings above approximately 2 milligram per centimeter square may be uncommon except under conditions such as immersion. But direct comparisons are complicated by differences in sampling methods and chemical weight fractions and exposure metrics. The 1992 EPA experiment, this document, the oil's much greater viscosity and negligible volatility may increase retained film thicknesses relative to the 112 TCE, whereas the solvents may drain and evaporate more rapidly. The use of oil-based loading values may overestimate the amount of 112 TCE retained on bare skin, but the magnitude is not quantifiable from viscosity and vapor pressure alone. And clothing or glove contact may behave differently. Accordingly, the current range may be appropriate as a conservative screening level input as suggested by the 3 committee members, but does not represent a well-characterized distribution of worker exposure. The additional member also characterized the US EPA thermal exposure to volatile liquid model as a conservative, lower tier low-tier screening model that may overestimate workplace exposure when task duration, protective clothing, glove use, and other scenario-specific factors are not fully represented. We have 6 recommendations. First, characterize the oil-derived thermal loading range as a screening level and non-chemical specific assumption and evaluate its influence on risk estimate. Second, acknowledge that the values are best interpreted as generic retention factors rather than representative workplace exposure estimate. Third, conduct sensitivity analysis using task-based occupational thermal exposure information, applicable lower loading estimate from the broader literature, or alternative approach such as risk of dorm. Fourth, account for differences in sampling method and exposure metrics when comparing loading values across studies. Fifth, explain how differences in volatility, viscosity, drainage, clothing contact, and evaporation affects the applicability of the oil-derived values to 112 TCE and avoid double counting evaporation if it is already reflected in the selected absorption fraction. When screening level estimate indicate potential risk, consider measured exposure data or appropriate a higher tier model. That's the summary.
Great, thank you very much. So we'll go to the associate discussants first. Again, Doctors Baker and Sommel participated, but they're not here this afternoon. Mr. Garvey, anything to add?
Nothing to add. Thank you so much.
Dr. Lee?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Dr. Niemeyer?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go to charge question 11C.
Before we do that, Ms. Jenkins, let's go to the committee to see if they have any comment and back to EPA.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Anything from the committee? Any other comments from the committee? Seeing none. EPA, do you have any clarifying questions or requests for information?
This is Andrew Middleton with EPA. We do not have any clarifying questions at this time.
Thank you. So now we will go to charge question 11C. And again, the unbolded text is on the screen, or you can find it in the charge question or the agenda for the meeting or in the public docket. And after a minute or so, EPA will read the bolded charge into the record.
This is Andrew Middleton with EPA, reading in charge question 11C. Please comment on whether EPA considered and applied variability and fraction absorbed values appropriately. Please provide alternative approaches that the agency could consider for fraction absorbed value selection based on weight fraction of the chemical.
Thank you. Go to Dr. Shen again for 11C.
About this, the committee generally supported use of finite dose data and variation across formulations but questions linking absorption only to chemical wave fraction, because finite dose absorption also depends on applied chemical mass per area, contact duration, evaporation, occlusion, and vehicle. The committee generally supports retaining the finite dose framework while more directly addressing chemical loading and field-relevant evaporation and contact conditions. The LabCorp test loadings were substantially higher than the modeled OES loadings, limiting direct transferability. One member also recommended considering a flux-based approach that explicitly account for competition between thermal permeation and evaporation. One committee member also calculated modeled chemical loadings, and based on the comparison with EPA's value, EPA's calculations may overestimate the fraction absorbed values. And finite dose fraction absorption is preferable to an infinite dose permeability approach for blood liquid when the donor mass is not continuously replenished. The committee commends EPA for not assuming a single fixed fractional absorption value, but instead allowing the fractional absorption value to vary with the chemical weight fraction. This is an important consideration because under finite dose conditions, the fraction absorbed depends on the amount of chemical available for absorption. A fractional absorption value measured under high contamination conditions cannot necessarily be applied to substantially lower contamination conditions. However, EPA assigns absorption fractions according to the chemical weight fraction alone. We have 4 consensus recommendations. First, refine the assignment of absorption fractions by relating the fraction absorbed to chemical loading rather than to chemical weight fraction alone. Second, compare the experimental and modeled loading ranges for each OES, justify any extrapolation between them, and then conduct sensitivity analysis for contact duration, evaporation and airflow, vehicle and occlusion. Third, retain and clearly explain the finite dose approach, and as a sensitivity analysis, evaluate a flux-based method that explicitly account for competition between thermal permeation and evaporation. Lastly, explain the applicability and limitations of each approach for uncovered skin, gloves, or protective clothing and diluted formulations. That's my summary.
Thank you, Dr. Shin. I'm going to go to the associate discussants for 11C. And again, Drs. Baker and Sommel were part of this question, but are not here this afternoon, but did participate in this question. So I'll go to Mr. Garvey to see if he has anything to add.
No, I don't. Thank you so much.
Dr. Lee.
I don't
anything
have
to add?
anything to add. Capture everything. Thank you so much.
And Dr. Niemeyer.
Nothing to add. Great summary. Thank you.
Let's go to the rest of the committee to see if they have anything to add for this charge question 11C. Seeing no additional comments, I'll go to EPA to see if they have any questions or requests for information on 11C.
Andrew Middleton, EPA. We're requesting that any of the modeling that was done and mentioned in this summary be provided prior to the SACC's final full report. Yeah, that's all the clarifications we have. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do that.
Thank you, Dr. Shin. Okay, well, that is the stopping point for the charge questions today. I think I'll hand it over to Dr. Gentry to see if there's anything else, or if we need to check back with EPA to see if there's any follow-up questions before we close out today. Thank you.
I want to thank the public for attending, and again, thank EPA and all the SACC committee members for their hard work on this and addressing all these charge questions and the discussions today. Before I turn it over to Ms. Munir to adjourn, I would just like to remind the committee members to stay on for a brief end of day meeting. But with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Munir. I guess I'll add one more thing. We are planning to begin with charge question 17 in the morning. So with that, thank you everyone again, and I will turn it over to Ms. Munir.
Thank you, Dr. Gentry. I also want to thank everybody for your participation and for the discussion and deliberations today. And I want to thank the program office and also for the committee's work for working very hard for this peer review. I'll once again ask and open up the floor if there's any final remaining questions before we adjourn today. All right, if not, we'll go ahead and adjourn day 3. Thank you, everybody. And again, committee members, please hang on to the Zoom line. We have a meeting. Please stop the recording.